Our story begins when the defeated Demon King's reality shattered, leaving him in a state of utter denial. After killing some heroes, he finally realized he had been completely unaware of the grim truth of his situation, because somehow he had failed to grasp the true nature of the heroes who stood before him. To his disbelief, they remained completely unscathed, even by his immense power and signature black flames. He couldn't comprehend how the hero's sword god had so easily pierced his supposedly impenetrable scales to strike his very heart. Utterly bewildered, he could only wonder how this humiliating defeat had come to be. Just then, he recalls how his life had begun with unparalleled brilliance. He was the top student at the Demon King Military Academy, graduating with the highest honors. He had dedicated his life to studying the Demon King's standards, an ancient text he followed with absolute, unwavering faith. Following its scripture, he built a formidable tower and kidnapped princesses. Playing the part of the villain perfectly, his plan even included nurturing the heroes who would inevitably come for the rescue. Because to a demon king, their anger and sadness were the best feast one could have, but killing them too early is troublesome. The true art, he believed, was to help the heroes grow stronger, making their eventual despair an even more delectable feast. Convinced he was the most faithful follower of the standards, he believed world conquest was his inevitable destiny. And he absorbed the abundant sadness, anger of heroes and countless civilians to become the strongest demon king. Yet, despite following the playbook to the letter, he now found himself defeated and dying on his own throne. Just then, his mind reeled as he desperately tried to comprehend how his perfect plan could have gone so horribly wrong. The hero, however, simply mocked his confusion, revealing that this scenario was all too familiar, and callously pointed out that demon kings always bring about their own demise, then feign surprise when the inevitable happens. He could only curse in disbelief, refusing to accept the hero's condescending words. But the hero continued his lecture, spelling out the predictable pattern, kidnapping a famous princess and leaving obvious clues for the heroes to follow, and taunted him for his lack of true villainy, suggesting that killing the human king would have been a far more effective and chaotic strategy. Internally, he reasoned that kidnapping the king would cause strife among humans, but prevents their anger from focus on him. That strategy, however, went against the sacred standards, as it would not allow him to grow by absorbing the hero's focused hatred. Then, the hero mockingly thanked him for the training regimen, explaining how sending monsters to villages only served to make them stronger. Furthermore, he pointed out that the tower itself was the most convenient training ground they could have asked for, and described it as a perfectly designed dungeon, with weak monsters on the first floor that allowed everyone to level up and hone their skills. On which, the Demon King internally justified his actions, claiming he was being careful not to kill the heroes prematurely to maximize the energy he could gather, and desperately clung to his belief system, insisting that he was only doing what the standards had taught him. But reality was cruel, and the hero's blade cut through his justifications as easily as it cut through his flesh. The brutal attack sent him reeling, his world turned upside down. The hero then revealed the horrifying truth. For them, the Demon King and his tower were just a repeatable quest, a game that resets once the final boss is killed, and gleefully declared the entire system to be the perfect hunting ground for heroes, turning to his comrades for confirmation. Just then, the other heroes erupted in laughter, mockingly calling him their godfather for providing such a great place to grow strong, and cheered, thanking him for his efforts in creating their personal training paradise. The words echoed in his mind as the devastating realization hit him. His entire life's work was nothing more than a game for the heroes. After that, the hero offered a backhanded compliment, admitting our guy was strong and had killed many heroes, but said he only cared that the victory had made him famous. With his victory speech complete, he raised his sword to deliver the final, condescending blow. Rage filled the Demon King as he seethed at the humiliation of being toyed with by a mere hero, and questioned everything, wondering what the point of the standards was if it only led to this ultimate disgrace. Refusing to accept such a meaningless death, he struggled to muster his last ounce of strength. With a final, desperate roar, he lunges in attack, reaffirming his identity. But Hero's sudden, lightning-fast slash had severed his head. And as his head drops on the ground, in a desperate moment he glimpses the heroes. His blood sprayed into the air. After that, his head collapses to the ground, The only thing he can see are the hero's legs before him. As his life faded, he vowed revenge on those who had looked down on him, and his eyes marked his targets, while the hero stood firm. As the hero declares that the horns belongs to him, the Demon King's body began to glow with purple light, and upon seeing the spread of the energy, he felt confused. The Demon King sacrificed the very last of his essence to fuel this final, vengeful spell, and the hero's smug expression vanished as he realized this was no normal death throw. Just then, suddenly, an immense explosion of energy tore through the air, and the hero was consumed by the blast, screaming, "Everyone run!" However, the spell was far more powerful than anticipated, engulfing the hero and everyone else in the throne room, and they were all burned by the power of the purple energy explosion. In his final moments, the Demon King had an epiphany. The standards were not a guide to power, but a set of chains that had made him predictable and weak, and lamented his blind faith, wishing he had forged his own path. Then he made a vow that if he were ever given a second chance, he would abandon the foolish standards. His final thought was a promise of true, unpredictable villainy as his tower exploded. As his consciousness faded, a name echoed from the void, Berger Deus. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open in shock. Surrounded by other young demons, he questioned the impossible reality before him, and slowly realized that he was somehow alive. Just then, his name, Berger Deus, was called from a podium, confirming his identity in this new yet old reality. Heeding the call, he slowly walked forward, his mind racing. A wave of recognition washed over him as he realized where and when he was. The academy director approached him, chiding his dazed behavior and confirming his suspicion. He was at his own graduation, and he recognized the red badge, the symbol of a new Demon King, bestowed upon all graduates of the military academy. The pieces clicked into place, forming an unbelievable conclusion. He had returned to the past, specifically to his graduation day at the Demon King Military Academy, a full 15 years before his death. When all graduating students come on the stage, he is unsure how this miracle had occurred. He immediately recognized it as a golden opportunity for revenge. As the top student, he was called to the stage to recite the pledge on behalf of all the graduating Demon Kings. Before him, the Demon King standard was displayed for all to see, the very doctrine that had led to his downfall. He stared grimly at the list of rules that he once revered as gospel, and he recalled perfectly executing these rules in his past life. Now he saw the standard for what it truly was, a foolish script that turned him into a plaything for heroes and led directly to his humiliating death. And he internally scoffed at the idea of having to recite this garbage in front of everyone. The thought of swearing allegiance to the very rules that had betrayed him filled him with disgust, and his face contorted with barely contained rage at the sheer absurdity of the situation. The announcer, oblivious to his inner turmoil, cheerfully prompted him to begin the recitation. Just then, he sheathes his teeth in rage and took a deep breath, preparing to shatter everyone's expectations. In a clear, defiant voice that rang through the silent hall, he flatly refused. His fellow graduates and the faculty could only stare in stunned silence, unable to process what they had just heard. He then unleashed his pent-up fury, screaming that he would not pledge himself to such a stupid and foolish doctrine. "The Demon King's standard," he roared, "are no more than a trash." His classmates were utterly flabbergasted by this unprecedented act of rebellion from their top student. The shockwave of his declaration shattered the composure of everyone present. Even the academy director's face twisted into a mask of pure fury at this public humiliation. The word trash echoed throughout the entire academy, a sound that would change the course of history. And just like that, the academy's most brilliant student instantly became its biggest failure, throwing away his future to forge a new one. Following his blasphemous graduation speech, an enraged fist slams down from the High Council's balcony. The furious Archduke Arcane Blarimf roars his name, warning that insulting the sacred Demon King standards is a crime punishable by immediate execution. Considering the previous outstanding talent, they give him a last chance. The ultimatum is clear: apologize to the entire demon realm, or be deployed to the dreaded suicide mission known as Aryan. Just then, the demons murmured that Aryan was known as a deadly dimension where countless demon kings had met their end, a place they all considered a death sentence. Many in the crowd sneer, believing a criminal who insults the standards deserves death, not a chance for an apology. Driving the point home, the Archduke describes Aryan as the worst possible domain, a veritable graveyard for demon kings. Staring back without a hint of fear, he shatters the tension with two simple words, "Send me there," and declares that he will willingly go to Aryan just to prove that the Demon King's standards are nothing but garbage. Just then, Archduke makes a spell to teleport him into Aryan without wasting time. And declares, as punishment for his heresy, he is stripped of all his hard-earned privileges and will be sent to his new domain completely alone. He is cast out from the demon realm, forbidden from returning until he successfully completes the occupation of Aryan. Plummeting toward his new home, he calmly accepts the consequences, noting to himself that he is finally being sent back to that place. His destination is Aryan, the very same land where the heroes who killed him in his past life are waiting. He reveals this was no accident. Even before his regression, he had specifically chosen the high-difficulty zone of Aryan for his conquest, and believed that as the strongest, it was his duty to conquer the most challenging territory. But that arrogance led to his demise, as he failed to realize that countless heroes were exploiting the predictable rules of the Demon King's standards, and makes a cataclysmic landing, crashing into the peak of a frozen mountain. Spreading his demonic wings, he rises from the crater, having arrived in the desolate Urgest Mountains of the northern continent. And now he vows that he will not let history repeat itself. This time, he will be the one exploiting the system. Then declares his new strategy. He is going to exploit the hero's standards. A flashback is revealed. The top graduate of the Demon program, Gordon Dyrek, is meticulously getting ready. He fastens his pristine uniform, preparing for the prestigious role that awaits him. Looking sharp and feeling confident, he is ready to begin his service. According to Demon Realm regulations, the Academy's top demon is assigned to serve the top Demon King, a pairing of the best of the best. Fellow students buzz with excitement, remarking how lucky he is to be serving the legendary Lord Berger. But the second and third place graduates can only watch with envy, wishing they had worked harder for the honor of serving him. He smiles humbly, stating that all Demon Kings are great people. Then his expression quickly shifts to one of fanatical devotion as he internally proclaims that none are as great as Lord Berger. As a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, Berger is a living legend, and he feels it is an enormous blessing just to be in the same graduating class. After that, he envisions a glorious future, imagining grand statues commemorating the legendary conquests he and Lord Berger will achieve together, and dreams of being etched into the glorious pages of history right beside his master, eagerly awaiting Berger's speech. But his heroic fantasy is abruptly shattered by Berger's voice echoing from the stage, "That's wrong." He and the entire audience are stunned into silence, completely blindsided by his sudden and bizarre interjection. Then he unleashes his ultimate heresy upon the assembly, screaming that the sacred Demon King's standards are nothing but trash. The scandalous declaration shatters Gordon's entire worldview, his face contorting in abject horror and disbelief. Despite the shocking turn of events, he upholds his duty, following his new master to the remote Urgest Mountains in Aryan, and stares at the desolate, snowy landscape in utter confusion, wondering why on earth they are here. Berger turns, surprised to see his subordinate, noting that despite the Archduke's words, they sent a demon to accompany him after all. Gordon looks at his new master, completely bewildered by the situation he's been thrown into. Our guy calmly greets his new and very confused right-hand man. Then a frantic Gordon demands to know why he would commit such a career-ending act, but his new master plays dumb. He explodes, screaming about how his insult to the standards has doomed them both to die in the hero-infested lands of Aryan. As his subordinate has a complete meltdown, he coolly advises him to calm down before he rips his hair out. He is taken aback by this behavior, recalling that the Gordon from his previous life was confident and composed, not prone to panic attacks, and was actually motivated by the challenge of Aryan, believing that together they could conquer anything. But now he understands Gordon's current panic is justified, but knows that telling him about the regression would only make him sound insane. Gordon struggles to catch his breath in the thin mountain air, trying to pull himself together after his outburst. Apologizing for his shameful display, he steels his resolve, grimly accepting his fate and vowing to fulfill his duty. To get things started, he recites, Rule 1 of the standards. A demon king must build a tower in a place where heroes can easily find it, and argues that this remote, monster-filled mountain range violates the rule and insists they must move to a more suitable location. But our guy flatly rejects the advice, declaring, No, I'm building the tower here, as he prepares to plant the tower seed. And he plunges the tower seed, an artifact that grows into a fortress when fed a demon king's blood into the snow. Aghast, Gordon accuses him of throwing away his pride and directly defying the standards, but he retorts that he never swore an oath to follow them. Our guy understands his subordinate's disgust, knowing that for most demons, faith in the standards is a deeply ingrained part of their being. Then reflects that he was once the same, and only a drastic experience like death could have allowed him to reject the dogma. With newfound conviction, he clenches his fist, drawing his own blood to begin the ritual. As his blood drips onto the seed, he instructs Gordon to listen well, stating that the standards are garbage, especially in a place like Aryan. Gordon is utterly powerless to stop his master from committing one heretical act after another. The ground begins to rumble violently as the seed reacts to the blood. Then, the tower seed erupts with a blinding flash of red demonic energy. An immense shockwave of power spreads across the mountaintop, heralding the tower's birth. Our guy finally reveals the core of his new strategy. He is breaking the rules. Because he knows from bitter experience that this land contains far too many powerful enemies to be constrained by predictable tactics. As the summoning ritual proceeds, a magic circle identifies its user, Berja Deus, of the Black Flame demonic dragon tribe. With the identification complete, the summoning begins, and the massive foundation of a demonic tower bursts forth from the snow. After that, our guy explains that demon kings kept dying here because humans had figured out a critical tower mechanism, and they use our standard against us. Gordon is stunned as Berger rebrands the sacred text, declaring that in this land, they should be called the Heroes' Standards. In defiance of all tradition, his menacing tower now stands complete in the forbidden, isolated mountain range. Gordon stares up at the impossibly placed structure, his mind reeling from the fact that Berger actually summoned the tower here. After that, our guy calmly beckons his subordinate to follow him inside, leaving a hesitant Gordon to trail behind. They step onto the first floor of the tower, only to find a massive, completely empty hall. Gordon observes the lack of monsters or traps, wryly noting that this barren tower is a perfect fit for a disgraced demon king with no privileges. Their ascent reveals every floor is the same, culminating in an equally empty Demon King's chamber on the 5th floor. Accepting that he cannot undo the tower, he pivots, insisting that they must at least follow the standards Rule 2. Rule 2 dictates that a Demon King must kidnap a prince or princess, preferably one with high succession rights to maximize the demonic energy they can generate. Hoping to salvage the mission, he formally requests permission to advise his king, which Berger grants. Then he pulls out a map and points to the nearby kingdom of Corzin as the most logical first target, and passionately urges him to kidnap their highest-ranking princess to absorb the kingdom's sorrow and quickly grow in power. To Gordon's complete surprise, he agrees to the kidnapping plan without any argument. However, he clarifies that he has a different target in mind, a specific princess he has already set his sights on. Then, Gordon offers to accompany his master, but he ordered him to stay behind and guard the residence. Relieved, Gordon convinces himself that he is finally acting like a proper demon king and that his earlier outburst was just graduation stress. Full of renewed hope for their glorious future, he asks which high-value princess our guy plans to bring back. But he simply says, well, and declares his target is in the kingdom of Hilderin, the nation located at the farthest possible point on the continent from their tower. In that distant kingdom, a lonely princess sits in her lavish room. Spreading his demonic wings against the full moon, he descends upon the royal balcony. His target is the 13th princess, the royal with the absolute least political presence and importance in the entire kingdom. Unveiling his demonic horns, he formally introduces himself to his terrified, low-value prize, "I've come to take you, princess." Back at the tower, Gordon realizes his master's plan is the complete and total opposite of what the standards demand, sending him into another fit of rage. Executing his unconventional plan, he advances toward the royal bedchamber to abduct the princess. She looks up not with fear, but with curious surprise, asking the horned intruder who he is. He flatly introduces himself as the Demon King who has come specifically to kidnap her. Instead of screaming in terror, she simply smiles in response to the shocking revelation, and coyly challenges her would-be captor, asking if he is truly capable of handling her, leaving him utterly baffled. He finds her question bizarre, wondering if she is joking, but confidently asserts his capability as a Demon King. With a cheerful and surprisingly willing expression, she declares that she will let him take her, further deepening his confusion. Now carrying his strangely calm captive, he questions her composure, but she explains that, as a princess, she always anticipated a day like this might come. But he remains suspicious, warning her that he is too desperate to fall for any tricks she might be planning. She calmly refutes his suspicion, pointing out the absurdity of being able to set a trap for a Demon King whose arrival was completely unforeseen. He has to admit she has a point, yet he cannot shake the uncomfortable feeling that something is off about this situation. Just then, she extends his hand and willingly accepts his offer to depart. He takes flight with his new captive, soaring through the snowy skies toward his newly established tower in the desolate Urgest Mountains. Upon his return, Gordon greets his master, relieved to see that he has come back safely from his mission. To Gordon's surprise, he decides against imprisoning the princess, instead ordering her to be kept on the 4th floor as a show of leniency for her unusual cooperation. Just as they settle in, he informs his master that he has something important to report. Now, the princess is left alone in the vast, empty expanse of the tower's 4th floor. Touching the cold, hard stone, the reality of her situation seems to sink in as she realizes she has truly been kidnapped, and reflects on the harshness of her new environment, a stark contrast to her pampered life, now with no pillows, blankets, or maids. Her thoughts drift to the beautiful gardens of her kingdom, another luxury now absent from her life in the Demon's Tower. However, despite the complete lack of creature comforts, a sly smile spreads across her face as she concludes that her new situation is not so bad after all. Meanwhile, our guy learns from Gordon about an unexpected invitation from a place called the Tower of Beasts, and explains it is a welcome party for the new Demon King. But he scoffs, dismissing it as a hazing ritual by the established powers. Just then, he thinks Demon Kings are typically too proud to cooperate, but the constant threat of Heroes and Aryan force them to work together. Although he once ignored them as weak-minded, he decides that this time he should at least attempt some light exchanges with the other Demon Kings. After that, he and Gordon travel to the jungle, enveloped Tower of Beasts, to meet its master. They are greeted by the intimidating Demon King of Beasts, Draxon, who introduces himself while feasting on a massive leg of meat, and declares that he has ruled this territory for the past 70 years. Then he sizes up Berja, unimpressed by the newcomer who dared to mock the traditional ways of the Demon Kings. Already regretting his decision to come, he cuts to the chase, bluntly asking if Draxon is just here to pick a fight. Then Draxon reveals his true purpose. He was instructed by Archduke Arcane to watch over him upon his arrival in Aryan, but our guy simply addresses him as a noisy old vampire geezer. Outraged by his blatant disrespect for the Archduke, Draxon snarls that the newcomer has some serious guts. As a show of dominance, he slams his half-eaten meal onto the ground in front of him, and menacingly orders him to lick the meat off the floor as penance for his impudence. But Berja calmly asks if the Beast King knows the real reason for his visit, to which he arrogantly replies, it is because he mocked their orthodox ways. Then our guy reminds him that Demon Kings are forbidden from killing one another. However, in a shocking display of power, he stomps his foot, shattering the ground beneath them. The display of immense power leaves Draxon utterly shocked, and questions why you would ever think he would follow a rule he has already publicly renounced. Struck by the sheer force of his aura, Draxon is momentarily stunned, terrified by the newcomer's hidden power. And he says the Archduke told him to check whether he had properly kidnapped the princess. If he failed to report back within a month, he would lose his authority. As he and Gordon turn to leave, he casually informs the stunned Draxon that he has, in fact, already kidnapped a princess, and adds that the princess he chose happens to suit his personal taste, leaving the Beast King bewildered. Having successfully asserted his dominance, he returns with Gordon to the cold security of his own tower. Gordon praises his master for the excellent display of a Demon King's majesty, but he dismisses it, confident that Draxon won't be a problem for now. Still, He decides they need to be prepared and orders him to check on the princess's condition, musing that he should learn how to make use of her. Gordon makes his way to the 4th floor to check on their royal captive. Alone, he reflects that if this is the hostile stance of the other Demon Kings, things are going to get troublesome, and realizes the consequences for mocking the orthodox ways are greater than he expected, but remains resolute in his choice. He reaffirms his conviction, declaring that he would rather die than bow his head to the trash that is the Demon King's standards. Determined to avoid his past mistakes, he checks his status, expecting only a few hundred demonic energy points from kidnapping a low-rank princess, and is shocked to see his points total over 13,000, a number far exceeding his most optimistic calculations. Suddenly, a system notification appears, informing him that he has received a video recording from the Tower of Beasts. On the recording, Draxon congratulates him, offering the video as a gift after their less-than-ideal first meeting. His message praises Berge's achievement in Aryan, expressing admiration and wondering if mocking the orthodoxy was just a clever cover. As he listens, a dreadful realization dawns on him. Something is terribly wrong with his plan. Just then, Gordon bursts into the room in a panic, shouting that there is a serious problem on the 4th floor. The scene shifts to the 4th floor, which is no longer a barren hall but a vibrant, flourishing natural landscape. Butterflies flutter among lush flowers and greenery in a complete and impossible transformation of the stone tower. As our guy arrives, his mind reeling in disbelief at the sight before him. The system status confirms the impossible. The entire 4th floor is undergoing a process of naturalization. He finds the princess casually relaxing amidst her creation, surrounded by elemental spirits, and realizes in horror that she has created an entire ecosystem inside his tower, and reflects that he knows this is a feat only possible for someone who has mastered the 4 elements, a skill belonging to the sole spiritist on the continent. Connecting the dots, he confronts her, stating that she is not the 13th princess he intended to abduct, a fact she readily confirms. A cold sweat breaks out on his face as the horrifying truth of his blunder begins to dawn on him. With a triumphant grin, she reveals her true name, Hilderin, first princess of the powerful Hilderin kingdom. News of the first princess's abduction spreads like wildfire, reaching the grand Hilderin kingdom. The king of Hilderin explodes in fury, roaring for his strongest heroes and the entire military to be gathered immediately, and declares war, vowing to behead the foolish Demon King and rescue his precious daughter at all costs. With a confident grin, she challenges Demon King, asking if he can truly handle her now that he knows her true power. He is completely baffled, wondering how a genius elemental mage with such immense mana could have possibly slipped under his detection, to which she explains her trick, revealing a glowing ring passed down through the royal family that completely conceals her mana signature. Having answered his question, she coyly asks if he intends to send her back, leaving him momentarily speechless at her audacity, but realizing that returning her now would not only make him a laughingstock, but also prevent him from gathering more demonic energy. Resolving to see this new, complicated plan through, his expression hardens with determination. Just then, a system alert pops up, notifying he that a powerful wave of rage is being directed specifically toward him. The source becomes clear as his demonic energy points surge to an incredible 19,521, confirming that her father's fury is fueling his power. Realizing the king of Hilderin has targeted him, he coldly informs the princess that her true identity doesn't change her predicament, and declares to a stunned Ernan that no matter who she is, she remains his hostage, solidifying his decision. The story then shifts focus to the grand and formidable kingdom of Hilderin. An incandescently furious king of Hilderin bellows at his court, demanding they kill the Demon King and retrieve his daughter. But his advisors attempt to placate him, urging patience since they haven't yet identified the culprit and have already sent out patrols. Then, the king erupts, roaring at his council for their inaction while his precious daughter remains in a kidnapper's hands. A concerned advisor raises a strange point, noting that the Demon King of Lust recently kidnapped a prince, not a princess, and elaborates that the Demon King of Lust was promptly killed by heroes for his actions, making it bizarre that another would repeat such a fatal mistake. In the court, they collectively realize the oddity of a new Demon King making such a bold and seemingly suicidal move. The king hand trembles with suppressed rage as he grips the armrest of his golden throne. Through gritted teeth, he concludes that the perpetrator must be a new, unknown demon king who is ignorant of the established rules. Just then, a messenger suddenly rushes in, reporting that they've tracked teleportation magic heading north towards the perilous Urgist Mountains. To which he is utterly shocked by the news, as the Urgist Mountains are known as one of the most dangerous and remote locations on the continent. Now, story shifts to Burjay's tower amidst the desolate, snow-covered peaks of the Urgest Mountains. And inside the tower, a worried Gordon informs him of the approaching Hilderin army, questioning if he can handle such a force. To which he responds not with words, but with a slight, confident smirk, and reassures his subordinate, stating that the kingdom of Hilderin won't be able to reach their location. Meanwhile, in the Hilderin war room, the king and his generals face the geographical reality. They cannot march their army across the entire continent to its northern edge. Our guy explains his brilliant strategy to him. The neutral nations in between will never allow an army passage, forcing Hilderin to rely on the Hero Guild instead. Faced with no other option, the dejected king of Hilderin concedes and gives the order to contact the Hero Guild for the rescue mission. The imposing, stark white tower of the Hero Guild is shown, a beacon for mercenaries and adventurers across the land. Inside, heroes gather around the quest board, buzzing about the shocking news of Princess Hilderin's kidnapping and the treacherous destination. After that, they immediately balk at the quest, dismissing it as a suicide mission into a land of hellish monsters that isn't worth any amount of money. Our guy smugly reveals this was his intention all along, knowing the profit-driven Hero Guild would refuse such a dangerous job, making his remote base the perfect fortress. To which he is once again astounded by his master's foresight, realizing Burjay possesses an uncanny, deep knowledge of Aryan. The thought crosses his mind that his master's incredible knowledge and confidence make it seem as though he has experienced all of this before. The king of Hilderin is apoplectic, screaming in frustration that not a single so-called hero is willing to accept the quest to save his daughter, and laments the state of the world, recognizing that the heroes of Aryan are a picky, profit-driven bunch, far from the noble champions he needs. Our guy calmly assesses his resources, knowing it will take a significant amount of time for a hero party to even be formed, let alone reach his remote tower. However, he acknowledges his current reserve of demonic energy is nowhere near enough to fend off a full-scale hero assault. Then he recalls the overwhelming fear from his past life, remembering all too well the terrifying power of a united army of heroes. With a new plan forming, he commands Gordon to contact the Demon King Draxon, intending to sell his demonic energy for human money. To which he completely loses his composure, screaming in absolute, and reminds his master that demonic energy is the divine currency. That allows them to summon monsters and transcend their limits, not something to be traded for mortal coin. But our guy calmly explains that while his demonic energy is insufficient to stop the heroes directly, human money provides an alternative path to victory. And his journey takes him to the fortress city of Holton Work, a human settlement located near the base of the Urgist Mountains. Disguised in a dark cloak, he approaches the city gates, his presence immediately drawing the attention of the guards, to which they challenge the suspicious traveler, questioning his sanity for heading towards the Urgist Mountains alone. But he effortlessly bypasses their suspicion by flicking a single gold coin. Having easily bribed his way into the city, he turns his attention to his next objective, and decides his first step within the bustling city is to find a guide who knows the local area and its secrets. His search leads him to the Scarlet Hawk Mercenary Guild, where he overhears a member complaining that they should leave their cushy post soon. But the mercenary captain dismisses the idea, content to let the local soldiers handle the monsters while they reap the rewards, and scoffs at the rumor of a new demon king in the mountains, claiming it's fake news since all demon kings know to build their towers in easily accessible locations. Another mercenary chimes in, finding it ridiculous that a demon king would travel across the entire continent just to kidnap one princess. The conversation turns to the Hero Guild, with one man pointing out that even they turned down the high-paying job after learning the destination. After that, the captain dismisses this as a negotiation tactic, convinced the greedy heroes are just holding out to milk more money from the desperate king. To which, the group laughs heartily, all in agreement about the Hero Guild's infamous greed. Unseen by the laughing mercenaries, Berger appears behind the captain and slowly says, "I see, so that's what's up." To which the captain jumps in fright and collapses over the ground, then screams, "He scare him," and asks, "Who is he?" With a sinister smile, our guy declares that their knowledge makes them perfect candidates for guides, though he only requires one. Outraged at the intruder's audacity, they draw their blades and charge, vowing he won't get out of there. Just then, our guy moves with inhuman speed, effortlessly knocking out all of the charging mercenaries with a flurry of precise, powerful blows. They all are sent flying in every direction, collapsing onto the ground. He becomes a whirlwind of dark cloth and violence, dodging and striking with deadly efficiency. Suddenly, a large brawler leaps before him, bringing wooden hammer down towards the unmoving Berger. To the brawler's shock, he stops the massive attack with a single hand, and the mercenary stares in pure terror as his eyes glow with demonic power, a cruel grin spreading across his face. More mercenaries raise their bows, aiming at him from the inn's upper vantage point, ready to strike. But he strikes with such force through her fist that the brawler is sent flying toward them, debris scattering across the room in a chaotic display of power. The terrified mercenary captain can only stammer the word "monster" as he witnesses the complete decimation of his guild. The violent sounds of the beatdown echo outside the tavern, punctuated by crashes and shouts. Onlookers casually remark on the fight, unimpressed, and wondering if the rowdy mercenaries ever get tired of brawling. In the aftermath, the guild hall is a wreck, littered with the unconscious bodies of the mercenaries, leaving only Berger and the captain. Our guy looms over his terrified new guide, offering to spare his life in exchange for answers, an offer the captain readily accepts. Then our guy reveals his true reason for coming to the city, asking, "Where is the slave market?" To which captain leads him city's illicit slave trade, and inside, he displays cages of human slaves, asking if they are to Berger's liking. Unimpressed, he gives a heavy pouch of gold and asks to see their more exotic wares. Motivated by the immense payment, Captain's face contorts into a greedy grin as he eagerly agrees to show him the rarer goods. Observing his avarice, our guy internally reflects that the human desire for money is no different from a demon's lust for demonic energy. Then he follows him down a dark staircase into the hidden depths of the slave market. The guide gestures him forward, leading him into the section where the most valuable slaves are kept. In a flashback, our guy explains his plan to Gordon, to use human money to purchase otherworldly species that can serve his cause. Just then, he sets his sights on a caged elf, knowing their reputation for integrity would make them an ideal pawn in his grand scheme. His full strategy is revealed. He will purchase this elf and use him as a spy to sow chaos and distrust within the hero's ranks. Meanwhile, back in Hilderin, the renowned hero Hilderin arrives to answer the king's desperate summons. Kneeling before the throne, the hero makes a solemn vow to rescue the princess and return with the Demon King's head. With unwavering resolve, he accepts the perilous quest, declaring he will succeed in the name of justice. He lays out his new strategy, acquire an elf slave to use as a spy and sow chaos amongst the heroes. It should be very effective since their species is known for being innocent. Then he confidently declares his intention to buy the elf, casually volunteering the mercenary captain to foot the bill. A flash of demonic intimidation is all it takes for the captain to nervously agree, insisting it's only natural that he pays. Wanting a private word with his new acquisition, he dismisses the others, but when owner insists, he says if anything does happen, then the mercenary captain will pay for it, to which he can only grimace in silent, expensive displeasure as he is forced to accept the terms. Alone with the caged elf, he approaches to begin his negotiation. Lamenting the fall of a noble elf to slavery, he uses his demonic power to release the slave's restraints. The elf immediately recognizes the demonic energy and aggressively questions why a demon would have any business with him. Then Berger makes his pitch, offering a tempting opportunity, a chance to get revenge on the humans who enslaved him. While the offer is tempting, he remains wary, stating that he has no reason to trust a demon. To build trust, our guy proposes a contract, 50 years of loyalty in exchange for guaranteed safety and eventual freedom, and points out that for a long-lived elf, 50 years of service is a small price to pay for escaping his current humiliation. To which the elf counters by reminding him of the fundamental conflict between their kinds, as demons seek to destroy the sacred world tree that elves serve. With this irreconcilable difference in mind, he demands to know how he could ever place his trust in a natural enemy. The elf's sharp logic hits a nerve, as he silently admits, it's a very good question. Cornered by logic, he decides on a different, more binding approach. Just then, he summons the sacred Demon King's standards, making a solemn vow to uphold his end of the bargain and, crucially, to never harm the world tree. Stunned by this ultimate gesture of sincerity, the elf listens as he demands a vow in return, a pledge of allegiance on the world tree for the next 50 years. The elf can't help but crack a smile, admitting he is a strange demon and seeming convinced by his unprecedented offer. He introduces himself as Grandana of the Maple Tribe and declares that he will fulfill his vow only once he beholds the Demon King who sent him here. With a confident smirk, Berge reveals his true identity, to which Granada erupts in laughter, dismissing the claim as ridiculous, since Demon Kings are known to grow weaker the farther they are from their towers, and mockingly doubles down, promising to serve for a full century if he can prove his outrageous claim. In an instant, they are transported from the slave market to the 5th floor of Berger's tower. Seated upon his throne, he smugly reminds the flabbergasted Granada of their new 100-year contract, to which his shock quickly turns to outrage as he realizes the tower is practically empty, screaming that he's been scammed. He also rants that there's nothing on the lower levels all the way up to the 3rd floor, and the out-of-place forest on the 4th, demanding to know where the monsters and traps are. Convinced this sloppy setup will be torn apart by heroes in less than a year, he declares that he refuses to work there. But Berger silences the protest with a crushing wave of demonic pressure, reminding him of their unbreakable contract. Feeling the raw, overwhelming power firsthand, he is forced to accept the terrifying truth. Berger really is a Demon King. He then recalls their journey through the Urgist Mountains, realizing that not a single monster dared to attack them. And the truth dawns on him. The terrifying beasts of the mountains weren't just avoiding a fight, they were showing deference to a superior power. With his perspective completely shifted, he kneels and formally vows his loyalty on the great name of the World Tree for the next 100 years. Now a loyal subordinate, Granada eagerly awaits his first mission, certain he'll play a key part in his grand, evil plan. However, Berger's first command is far from grand. He simply asks him to prepare a meal, to which he is left utterly bewildered by the mundane request. Instead of plotting world domination, he finds himself relegated to kitchen duty, wondering where the evil scheming is. His confusion deepens when Princess Ernan cheerfully joins him in the kitchen, offering to help with the cooking. The surreal scene culminates in the 5th floor dining room, where the Demon King sits down for a civilized meal with his new spy and his royal hostage. But Granada tentatively asks his new master about the identity of the blonde woman at the table, and he nonchalantly confirms that their dinner guest is none other than Princess Ernan Hilderin. The revelation sends him into a panic, screaming that kidnapping the crown princess with 0 defenses is a suicidal move. To which our guy calmly explains that this dire situation is precisely why he acquired him, before telling him to stop worrying and eat his food. As he compliments the food, and Ernan proudly takes some credit, Granada's mind short-circuits, completely unable to process the bizarre situation. Later, on the lush 4th floor, our guy clarifies that this is not a battleground. If the heroes ever make it this far, the fight is already lost. Then reveals Granada's true mission: he won't be a guard, but a spy sent to disrupt the human world, and insists on testing his new subordinate's skills, challenging Granada to a duel despite his protests about fighting a Demon King in his own tower. To even the odds, he offers a handicap: he'll fight one-handed without demonic energy, and if Granada wins, his contract will be cut in half. The new terms are too good to refuse, and he eagerly accepts the challenge, promising to go all out. Wasting no time, he launches himself at the Demon King and unleashes a rapid barrage of strikes, testing Berger's defenses. But Berger easily parries the blows, impressed that Granada's movements are still so sharp, and notes his distinctively elven fighting style. Just then, Granada gloats that he's no average elf, and that fighting him in a forest, even an artificial one, was a grave mistake. He capitalizes on the environment, summoning vines to ensnare the Demon King's legs. And believing he has an opening, he channels his power into a final punch, ready to claim his prize. But our guy smirks, satisfied with the display of power. But his fight is far from over. In a flash, he reveals his true demonic form, reminding him just who he's dealing with, and assures him he'll stick to the rules, but warns that he'll have to carefully control his immense physical strength to avoid accidentally killing him. He can only stammer in terror, realizing the monumental gap in their power, and cries out, "Wait!" But it's already too late. The resulting impact is so powerful, it sends shockwaves through the entire tower. Back in the city of Horton Walk, our guy returns to the headquarters of the Scarlet Hawk mercenaries. And the mercenary captain greets his intimidating new employer with a mixture of enthusiasm and pure terror. Just then, our guy offers to hire the guild for a year, while the battered mercenaries grumble about their captain's sycophantic behavior. He then drops an enormous sack of gold on the table as a deposit, stunning the entire guild into silence. After that, the mercenaries' loyalty is immediately bought, though their captain privately considers that he might need a whole new squad. Berger then issues his first order. A new member will be joining their team to act as his proxy. The new member is revealed to be a thoroughly beaten-up Granada, who sullenly introduces himself. The equally bruised mercenaries stare blankly at their new elven teammate. A strange camaraderie forms as the group of battered warriors welcomes their equally pummeled new member. Our guy observes his new pawns, noting that while they may not be elite, their experience and easily manipulated nature make them perfect for his plans. His thoughts then shift to the real threat, identifying hero Hilderin Cargill as the only one likely to take on the quest to rescue Princess Ernan. With his team assembled, he issues their very first mission, and commands them to gather all possible information on Hilderin, the hero hired by the Hilderin kingdom. Motivated by gold and fear, mercenaries enthusiastically accept their new assignment. With his elf spy handling the hero, he turns his attention to his next objective, from the snowy solitude of his tower. Realizing he's weakened after selling his demonic energy, he declares that it's time for him to power up. Having sold all his demonic energy points for cash, he can no longer rely on the usual methods to enhance his tower or his own strength. His only option is to find a spirit blossom, a rare crystal of pure mana that grants an immense power boost when consumed. These blossoms are found deep in the monster-infested Urgus Mountains, a land virtually untouched by humanity where mana has condensed for ages. And the harsh, mana-rich environment has made the mountains a veritable treasure trove of these potent natural resources. He informs his aide, Gordon, of his plan to venture out and hunt for the spirit blossoms himself. A worried Gordon protests, warning his master that searching unprepared is incredibly risky and that the local monsters will surely attack. He dismisses the monster threat, but concedes that finding the blossoms will be difficult, unless, he slyly adds, one has an excellent mana detector. As if on cue, their conversation is interrupted by a knock at the throne room door, and Princess Ernan Hilderin, accompanied by a small spirit, cautiously peeks inside to ask if they are busy. An idea instantly sparks in Berger's mind, much to the confusion of his loyal subordinate. Moments later, a very enthusiastic Princess Ernan is thrilled to be outside the tower, ready for an adventure with him, and excitedly reminds him of his promise to let her redecorate the 4th floor as she pleases. He coolly agrees to her terms, provided she successfully locates the spirit blossoms, all while wondering just how far she'll take her bizarre interior design project, and internally scoffs at the sheer absurdity of a princess wanting to decorate a demon king's tower in the first place. The princess is simply overjoyed at the prospect of leaving the tower, exclaiming how glad she is that she came to check on him. She peers at him curiously, thinking what he plans to do next. But wasting no time, he swoops up the unprepared princess, unfurls his demonic wings, and tells her to hold on tight. With a powerful gust, the Demon King rockets them both into the sky, leaving the tower far below. As they soar through the air, she opens her eyes to the world outside her prison for the first time. Her eyes widen in pure awe, realizing she hadn't noticed how beautiful the world was on the dark day she was kidnapped. Flying high above the vast mountain range, the sheltered princess is struck by the sheer scale of the world she's never been allowed to see. Then she reflects on her monotonous royal life of endless training and studying, a gilded cage she thought she'd never escape. Filled with a sense of wonder, she tells him she's likely the first person to ever fly over these mountains, an achievement he immediately dismisses. Getting a bit too familiar, she insists he call her by her name, Ernan, since they'll be seeing a lot of each other. Annoyed by her forwardness, he quickly reminds her of her place as his captive, threatening her with the underground prison before ordering her to find the blossoms. Chastened but obedient, she sends one of her spirits speeding off on its mission. As the spirit zips away into the distance, she dutifully tells it to come back safely. Just then, he privately admits that while her spirits may not be fast, they'll certainly be more effective at finding the blossoms than he or Gordon would be. To his complete surprise, she almost instantly shouts that her spirits have already located a blossom. Below them, a large, crystalline flower of pure ice attribute. Mana glows brightly in the snow. However, their prize is already being guarded by a large horde of territorial Pule orcs who got there first. He descends and addresses the brutes, claiming his authority as a demon king and ordering the demonic descendants to obey him, and commands them to leave the spirit blossom untouched and vacate the area immediately. The Pule orcs flatly refuse, declaring that they don't listen to demons and would rather see him die. A dark grin spreads across his face as he laughs, conceding that Gordon was right about monsters. And he summons his demonic power, calling himself foolish for even trying to reason with them. Then declares his simple solution: he will burn them all to ashes. Unintimidated, the horde roars and charges forward, determined to kill him and protect their prize, to which he calmly prepares a devastating blast of demonic energy to meet their assault head-on, and unleashes a massive wave of pure destructive power that engulfs the charging orcs in an instant. The overwhelming attack manifests as a terrifying maw of dark energy, consuming everything in its path. The powerful Pule orcs are torn apart, their bodies disintegrating within the violent storm of magic. A few clever of them try to bypass the main attack and target the weak one, Princess Ernan. Suddenly he notices that she is in danger, and at high speed, demonic energy surges forth to strike down the remaining orcs, consuming them and saving the princess. After that, she left speechless, realizing that the Pule orcs, known for taking down scores of foes, couldn't even get close to them. Standing amidst the swirling remnants of his magic, he proves the absolute gap in their power. In that moment, she witnesses the terrifying and overwhelming might that truly defines the power of the Demon King. In the aftermath, the battlefield is eerily silent, littered with the frozen, shattered remains of the entire orc horde. She kneels before the beautiful hyacinth blossom, marveling at its pure water and ice attribute mana. But Berger playfully warns the mesmerized princess not to get any ideas about keeping it for herself. He then offers her a deal. If she finds more blossoms, she can have one. A simple incentive, he notes, works well on humans. Unfortunately, despite an exhausted Ernan trying her best, they fail to find a second patch of blossoms and head back to the tower. They return to the imposing solitude of Berger's tower in the Urges Mountains. Back inside, he examines his prize, admitting that while kidnapping the crown princess might have been a mistake, it was a surprisingly useful one. Then, he sees the exhausted princess sleeping soundly, protected by her spirits, and realizes she may be far more useful than he initially thought. Later, Gordon reports that their spy, Granada, has made contact, much sooner than our guy had anticipated, and reports that hero Hillen Cargill and 32 other heroes have left the capital, but they are not heading towards the mountains. Instead, they are following the classic hero's journey, forming a party and leveling up by completing quests for villagers along the way. After that, Gordon, ever the stickler for tradition, proudly presents several standard issue plans for interfering with the hero's journey. He doesn't even bother reading them, instantly dismissing all of his carefully prepared strategies and leaving his aide flabbergasted. With a villainous grin, he announces a radical new approach. They will not send any monsters or interfere with the hero's journey at all, and explains that such half-baked interruptions only make heroes stronger, and orders him to tell Granada to join the hero's party and build their trust. But Gordon grows concerned that their tower is too weak to stop the heroes, but he assures him he has a plan to reinforce it. His unconventional solution for reinforcing the tower is to recruit a dwarf, to which Gordon completely loses his composure, screaming that bringing a dwarf into their tower alongside a human and a high elf will make them a laughingstock. A single, power-infused glare from him enough to silence his subordinate's panicked outburst. And he clarifies that he doesn't want just any dwarf. He needs dwarven magical tools to properly fortify his tower. Just then, he paints a vivid picture for him. Heroes, expecting weak monsters on the first floor as per the standards, will instead be greeted by dozens of magic cannons. The brilliance of the surprise attack dawns on Gordon, who realizes the heroes would be completely unprepared for such an unorthodox defense. However, the idea is so radically different from the Demon King standards that his traditionalist brain begins to short-circuit. Suddenly, he realizes that the Demon King has flown away in the blink of an eye so fast that he doesn't even have time to react. As he flies off to enact his plan, the only thing Gordon can do is scream in horror at the prospect of yet another abduction. His destination is Wolfner, the legendary underground city of the dwarves. Deep within the city, a master craftsman is hard at work in his forge. This is Logar Friedrich, the best dwarven blacksmith in the world, and he's just become the next target on a rogue Demon King's kidnapping list. Our guy arrives in Wolfner, the formidable city of dwarves, to begin the next phase of his unconventional plan. Recalling a past life of constant war, he reflects that this is his first time actually setting foot inside the dwarves' domain. His first stop is the Midnight Inn, a local tavern perfect for gathering information about his target. Disguised as a human, he uses gold to bribe a local, asking for the whereabouts of the most outstanding blacksmith in the city. Playing on dwarven greed, he notes their love of money is comparable to that of heroes, a sentiment the informant happily confirms. The dwarf gives him directions to a massive central lift, explaining that its two-step security system is designed to identify any intruders. Unfazed by the security measures, he prepares to make his own entrance, and bypasses the lift entirely, leaping directly into the vast chasm below. Having easily circumvented the city's defenses, he lands gracefully at the bottom. Following the informant's tip, he heads for the deepest room on the lowest floor to find his target. As he quietly approaches the workshop, ready to confront the master blacksmith, the sounds of a master at work echo from within, confirming he has found the right place. Inside, he watches as the dwarf works, his every hammer strike infused with dancing mana. And he has found his mark, the legendary dwarven blacksmith, Logar Friedrich. Impressed by the incredible display of metallurgy, he confirms that this is indeed the master craftsman he's been looking for. With his target confirmed, he prepares to execute his plan, a simple, quiet abduction. However, his stealthy approach is instantly detected as Logar's hammer slams down defensively. A wave of fire erupts from the impact, catching the would-be kidnapper completely by surprise, and which forced him to recoil. He is stunned that the blacksmith was able to sense the minuscule amount of demonic energy he was using. As Logar leaps to attack through his hammer, he realizes with a shock that this dwarf might actually be a hero. The battle is over before it begins, as he effortlessly catches the hero's hammer with one hand. Holding the weapon fast, he confirms his suspicion, stating plainly, "You are a hero." Just then, Logar proudly declares his identity as a hero blacksmith and vows that the demon will not leave the city alive. But our guy scoffs at the threats, mocking his weakness before correcting him. He's not just any demon. Revealing his true nature, he declares himself a Demon King and easily overpowers the terrified hero. Defeated in an instant, Logar's hammer slips from his grasp and clatters to the floor. Alerted by the commotion, dwarven guards burst in to find out what the noise was. They arrive to find the workshop empty and in disarray, shouting in alarm that he is gone. Panic spreads as they realize an intruder has successfully abducted their city's hero, and as the city goes into full lockdown, our guy hides in the shadows with his captive, in need of an escape route. Then he threatens Blacksmith, who immediately assumes the Demon King is there to kidnap the princess. But dismissing the ridiculous idea, he reveals that he knows of the dwarves' secret emergency passages and demands to be guided out. The terrified dwarf, misreading the situation, believes the Demon King has come for the princess and explains that the reason he has lived a quiet life until now is precisely because he has been too afraid to face the Demon King. Just then, he panics internally, lamenting that his quiet life, built on avoiding Demon Kings, has just come to a violent end. To break the dwarf's resolve, he offers a twisted deal, help him, and he'll kidnap the princess instead, leaving the dwarf free. To which dwarf is instantly suspicious, wondering what nefarious plot that he is cooking up. After that, he masterfully manipulates him, warning that if a rumor spread that he had sold out the princess for his own life, his reputation would be ruined. The blacksmith cracks under the pressure, cursing the him for his evil ultimatum, and his thoughts spiral as he realizes that his reputation for weakness would make the rumor all too believable, condemning him to a lifetime of torment at the hands of his own people. Presented with two terrible options, he quickly chooses the second, to betray the princess, but later insists that he doesn't want to be tortured himself. To secure his cooperation, our guy makes a false vow on the sacred Demon King standards, promising to guarantee the dwarf's safety if he will help him. To which he is stunned but relieved, believing no Demon King would ever dare break a vow made on their most sacred creed. And he agrees to lend his aid. With a disturbingly eager expression, he agrees to lead him to the underground passage. Back at Loger's now empty workshop, an honor guard stands alert outside, keeping watch. And inside the workshop, Princess Louise Werft desperately spots her custom weapon lying on the ground. Then she demands to know where Loger went while he was making her weapon, only to be told that he has been kidnapped. To which she flies into a rage, screaming that it's impossible for a hero to be kidnapped. But a guard timidly points out that while he is a hero, he's a blacksmith by trade and not much of a fighter. She doesn't care for excuses and furiously orders her guards to find the kidnapper, to which they quickly snap to attention, shouting their obedience. After that, her face contorts into a terrifying, gleeful snarl when she promises to personally rip their heads off if they fail. Far from the chaos, the coerced blacksmith guides Berger through a secret tunnel. The journey is slow and cramped, much to the Demon King's annoyance. When our guy impatiently tells the dwarf to hurry up, he pleads that the narrow passage is slowing them down. Finally, they reach the exit, and the exhausted dwarf collapses, believing he is now free. Just then, he confidently declares that his role is over, and that the Demon King is now on his own. When our guy stops him, he angrily reminds him of his unbreakable vow on the Demon King's standards. Then, our guy reveals his true colors, calling the standards garbage, and admitting he has no intention of honoring the vow, utterly shattering his worldview. He looms over the terrified blacksmith, who now regrets not simply selling out the princess. Driven by sheer desperation, he bows his head before the Demon King, pledging his unparalleled metallurgical skills. He completely abandons his pride, offering to serve as a spy, or anything else, believing that survival is his only priority. To which our guy agrees to show mercy if he swears allegiance, an offer the dwarf immediately accepts with loud, grateful cries. But it's all an act. He secretly plots to betray him the moment he's free and form a pursuit team, and cackles to himself, vowing he will regret letting him go for the rest of his life. Just then, his consciousness abruptly fades, and when he awakens, he finds himself in the beautiful, spirit-filled ecosystem on the 4th floor of Berger's tower. Then Gordon is in the middle of a panic attack over Berger bringing a hero into their tower, but he quickly shuts him up. Even Granada, reporting in via Crystal, is flabbergasted by the news and decides his report can wait. Princess Ernan curiously asks the new arrival if he's a hero there to rescue her, then quickly dismisses the notion. After that, the confused dwarf demands to know why he's here when Berger promised him mercy, to which he sadistically explained that allowing him to live was the mercy. Then he coldly states that since he couldn't trust him, knocking him out and kidnapping him was the only logical course of action. The sheer weight of his betrayal, kidnapping, and the utter hopelessness of his situation causes the dwarf's mind to completely snap. Standing amidst the serene landscape, he breaks into a fit of wild, uncontrollable laughter, disturbing everyone. Our guy misinterprets the mental breakdown as genuine enthusiasm, asking if he's that happy to become his subordinate. With tears streaming down his face, the broken blacksmith hysterically confirms that he is, in fact, very happy. Pleased with this great mindset, he gives the still sobbing dwarf his first official mission. His task is to use his legendary skills to install a massive number of powerful magic cannons on the tower's 1st floor. With a wicked grin, he reveals their singular purpose: to utterly destroy any heroes who dare to approach. At the Ergist Heroes Journey Preparation Station, heroes gather, completely unaware that they are being manipulated. Berger's elf spy reports on the success of his disinformation campaign, noting that heroes are wasting money on fire-resistant gear due to a fabricated rumor about a Black Flame's Demon King, and confirms he also spread a rumor that the Demon King is too scared to send out demonic beasts, yet observes that the hero's killing intent remains as strong as ever. To which our guy explains his grand strategy. By denying the heroes any opportunity for battle, honor, or wealth, they will lose interest and be unable to grow stronger. And concludes that it's a battle against time and orders Granada to continue his surveillance, which he dutifully accepts. After that, he reflects on his master's unconventional tactics, realizing this Demon King is weakening heroes by exploiting their very nature. As he walks back into the lion's den, he feels a profound sense of relief that he is not this cunning Demon King's enemy. Back in his tower, our guy tasks his captive blacksmith with remodeling the first floor, but imposes one critical rule: no mana stones allowed. To which he panics, protesting that a trap without a mana source will never work on heroes, but he simply states that it's his job to figure it out, and elaborates that, since heroes' ability to sense energy is so outstanding, that any mana-powered trap would be discovered instantly. But Logger is completely flabbergasted, sweating bullets as he grapples with the seemingly impossible demand. Sensing his hesitation, he menacingly suggests that if he can't handle the job, he'll have no choice but to find a replacement. Motivated by the threat of becoming obsolete, he frantically blurts out that he does, in fact, have a way, and proudly explains that he once invented a magical tool that can hide all traces of mana, and while it takes 3 years to craft, he happens to have one finished at his workshop. Our guy scoffs, assuming this is just a flimsy excuse to escape. But terrified, he swears he's being serious. Pretending to agree, he moves in close, and before Logger can react, fastens a mysterious collar around his neck. With a wicked grin, he explains the collar's function, a magical tool that can separate his head from his body with a single thought. And he equips him with a face-concealing mask, warning that taking it off will be considered an escape attempt which trigger the collar after, that he gives the simple command to move out. The duo embarks on a month-long journey across multiple kingdoms to gather the necessary supplies for their mission. And it took roughly a month to gather the materials needed and store them inside his subspace pocket. After gathering everything they need, the two finally return to the dwarven city of Wolfner, with Logger trembling at the entrance. Meanwhile, inside the dwarven kingdom, a guard is sent flying as an enraged princess kicks down a heavy door. And she explodes in fury, screaming at her subordinates for their incompetence in failing to find Logger after a month and a half. Just then, a commander timidly explains that they are searching the city's countless tunnels, but it's highly probable the kidnappers have already fled. To which she retorts that, of course they've left, calling her guards stupid for thinking the culprits would just stick around. Grabbing the terrified dwarven commander by the collar, she gives him a deadly ultimatum: find the kidnapper in 2 weeks, or die. She then commands her soldiers to fill in all the blacksmith's tunnels, ensuring no one can ever use them to escape again. Standing alone amidst a field of shattered weapon prototypes, the princess stews in her frustration. Suddenly, she gazes down at an unfinished blade, the last thing Logger worked on before his abduction, bitterly thinking it should have been her completed weapon. Clenching her unfinished blade, she seethes with a possessive fury, vowing that he cannot die until he has finished what he started. Just then, Logger emerges from a hidden tunnel behind her. She turns and her eyes widen in sudden, sharp recognition. Logger, his face concealed by the magical mask, signals to his master that the face recognition interfering mask is active. The princess realizes the figure emerged from a secret tunnel that only Logger himself would know about. Then she calls out the name of her missing blacksmith. He freezes in sheer terror, his sweat beading under the mask as he comes face to face with the enraged princess. With a menacing crack of her knuckles, she sarcastically welcomes him back. A terrifyingly joyful and rage on her face as she mistakenly concludes that he faked his own kidnapping just to avoid finishing her weapon. To which he desperately tries to plead his case, crying that it's all a huge misunderstanding. Ignoring his cries, she declares that, from now on, he is her slave and will spend the rest of his life making weapons exclusively for her, and announces with sadistic glee she's going to punish him for running away. As her fist glows with immense power, he can only shriek in terror, begging for his life. Just as she is about to strike, our hero appears as a blast of dark purple energy, sending her hurtling through the air. By landing safely the enraged, she demands to know who dares to interfere. A cloaked figure makes a dramatic entrance, stepping between the princess and her prey. Ignoring her, our guy calmly instructs Lager to retrieve the equipment, prompting him to scurry off while he faces the princess. After that, she glares at the intruder, demanding to know who he is and why he's protecting the despicable dwarf. He coolly introduces himself as the master of the blacksmith she was just attempting to extort. Refusing to believe him, she declares that he is her slave and launches herself at Berger. And she furiously screams, "Who are you to take him from me?" And they clash in a furious exchange of blows. By seeing an opening, and he unleashes a devastating kick upon her, surging with dark, demonic energy. But she effortlessly dodges the kick, even grips his leg and prepares for a devastating punch. He is visibly stunned by the raw physical power contained within the seemingly small princess, when the punch slams into him, hurling him against the wall, which shatters on impact then, and she screams, "Lager, it's your turn." But in an instant, he recovers and, using his blinding speed, grabs the princess by her hair, shocking her, to which she channels flurry of strikes. And he is forced onto the defensive, struggling to block her ferocious assault. After that, he identifies his powerful opponent, Louise Werft, the second princess of the Dwarven Kingdom, known for her exceptional, hero-like strength, and recalls from his previous life that she eventually becomes one of the continent's strongest warriors, far more powerful than her current self. Just then, he contemplates killing her now to prevent her future growth, but realizes that in his weakened state, the fight would drain all of his demonic energy. Deciding it's too risky, he acknowledges that revealing his full power as a demon king would likely lead to his capture by her soldiers. Meanwhile, Lager frantically works to dismantle the massive mana hiding device. Panting from the effort of holding Louise back, he yells to him, asking if he has retrieved the equipment yet, to which he replies he is currently dismantling it. The target of their heist is revealed, an enormous, intricate machine known as the Mana's Phantom. Losing his patience, he threatens to kill him if he doesn't finish dismantling it within 1 minute, sending the dwarf into a panicked rush. Just then, she roars at Lager, demanding to know who gave him permission to touch her property. He shouts a final warning, threatening to leave him behind, which pushes him to work even faster. Our guy worries about his dwindling stamina, knowing he can't last long without his true demonic power. The workshop erupts in flashes of light as the two powerful beings continue their desperate battle. She vows that he won't leave alive before screaming a threat to Lager that she'll break his legs so he can never run again. But he mocks her for sounding just like a demon king herself, as he boldly declares his intention to take both her blacksmith and her equipment. With a final, desperate effort, Lager successfully detaches the core of the Mana's Phantom. As both are using their magic powers to overwhelm each other, suddenly he triumphantly shouts that he's dismantled the device. Absolutely livid that Lager returned only to steal from her, she unleashes her full fury. Seeing her momentarily distracted by rage, he spots a critical opening. He seizes the opportunity and delivers a powerful kick. The force of the blow sends Louise crashing into the ground, creating the diversion they need. He immediately activates his subspace pocket, yelling for Lager to get clear so he can store their prize. She springs back to her feet instantly, screaming that his attacks are useless, but it's too late. She can only watch in shock as the massive Mana's Phantom and the others have gone. As Berger and Lager make their escape, the dwarven guards finally arrive, earning a furious scolding from their princess for their tardiness, and she orders her soldiers to give chase through the secret tunnel, only for a massive explosion to seal the path permanently. Stunned into silence, she asks, did he block the tunnel, and wonders if he truly despised making her weapons so much. Her shock quickly twists into a dark, intrigued smile as she processes the day's events. With a wild laugh, she vows to personally hunt him down, even if she has to search the entire continent, and promises to make him regret everything he did. Down on the first floor, Berger and his subordinates standing behind the device, ready for activation. As Gordon and Ernan marvel at its immense size, he explains that this magical tool is their key to stopping the heroes. Just then, Lager proudly announces the installation is complete, so our guy immediately orders him to activate it. With a menacing glare, he warns Lager that the device better work, prompting a nervous laugh from him as he begins the activation sequence. The core of Mana's Phantom then whirls to life, glowing with an intense, swirling blue energy. A moment later, a blinding flash of light erupts from the machine, forcing everyone to shield their eyes from the overwhelming brightness. Just then, a system message appears, informing our guy that synchronizing the device with his tower will cost a hefty 10,000 demonic energy points. He's taken aback, having no idea his tower even possessed a synchronization function. Deciding to proceed, he accepts the synchronization and watches as his demonic energy points plummet from over 11,000 to just 1,822. After that, the device is infused with his demonic energy, officially recognizing him as its master and converting its power source for mana. Just then, he confronts Logar about it, but the dwarf frantically denies knowing about this function, realizing with shock that this is a world-changing discovery even he, the creator, was unaware of. To test the Phantom's new capabilities, he nonchalantly tells Princess to cast any spell she desires. Taking him at his word, she gleefully unleashes an apocalyptic barrage of elemental magic, to which Gordon screams in despair, horrified that she is wrecking the tower he just finished cleaning. Meanwhile, observing from distance, he screams, "Stop!" and steps out into the snow, knowing that such a massive release of energy should be impossible to miss. However, as he stands before the tower's entrance, he realizes the unbelievable truth. He is stunned to find that he can't see or sense anything inside the tower, confirming the incredible power of the synchronized Mana's Phantom. Curious about his new level of control, he reaches out, attempting to manipulate the now cloaked tower with his demonic energy. Just then, he channels his power, focusing his intent on the entire structure. In a shocking display of power, the entire tower vanishes into thin air, leaving him standing alone in the snowfield. With a gesture of his hand wreathed in dark energy, he makes the massive tower reappear just as quickly as it vanished, and marvels at his newfound ability to hide the tower at will, though he notes that the process guzzles his demonic energy points. Despite the high energy cost, he grins, recognizing this powerful new feature will be incredibly useful going forward. Back inside, Logar is beside himself with scientific curiosity, begging the Demon King for a chance to examine the groundbreaking device. And his passionate plea to study the historic discovery reminds our guy of a demon itching for a fight. So, he strikes a deal. If Logar's traps successfully wipe out the heroes on the first floor, he'll get his wish, a challenge he eagerly accepts. With a joyful shout, he leaps high into the air. Our guy then turns to Princess Aryan with his own proposal, tasking her with facing any heroes who make it to the fourth floor. When she protests that she's just a princess, he counters that she is also a genius spiritist who clearly has no desire to go home. For a moment, he wonders if it's cruel to ask an innocent princess to betray her own kind. His concerns immediately vanish, however, as she eagerly contemplates which element to use, completely unfazed by the moral dilemma. To which he clarifies that she only needs to act as an enemy to fluster the heroes, promising to grant her another wish if she succeeds. She agrees, but with one condition: she wants to be introduced as the Demon King's subordinate, not as a captured princess. Surprised by the simple request, he agrees, much to her delight. Then, she playfully asks if she should use her looks to seduce the heroes, but he quickly shuts that idea down. With his plans in motion, he returns to his throne room to oversee the final preparations. Just then, he outlines his two-pronged strategy. His mana cannons will thin the heroes' ranks on the first floor, while Princess will act as bait to finish them off on the fourth. However, he soberly admits that even with these measures, he can't eliminate half of the 200 heroes expected to arrive, and concludes that to truly succeed, he must become stronger himself. Holding a demonically tainted spirit blossom, he realizes he'll need to gather more of these potent items to increase his power. And so, he calls for the princess to head out again, and she responds with an enthusiastic cheer. The two of them once again leave the tower to hunt for more spirit blossoms. But their search across the vast, snowy landscape proves fruitless, as there are no blossoms to be found. On their third attempt, he grows frustrated with their bad luck, while she senses that something is strange about the area. Suddenly, their search is halted as a giant, fur-covered hand appears in the snow before them. Now, they are confronted by a formidable pole orc with distinct braided white hair and a stoic expression. Annoyed at yet another interruption by the pole orcs, he prepares to attack, declaring he's sick of them. To his surprise, however, the orc chieftain, Krutu of the Blue Frost tribe, immediately kneels and formally greets him as the Demon King. and humbly asks the him to accept his entire tribe as his kin. The unexpected display of fealty halts his attack. Behind him, the entire tribe kneels in the snow, echoing their leader's plea. He looks on, perplexed by this sudden request for vassalage. Just then, Krutu explains that his tribe descends from demons who betrayed the realm, and they wish to serve him to atone for their ancestors' sin. But he cuts through the flattery, correctly deducing their true motive. They are better suited to demonic energy and seek his power to become stronger. Realizing he's been seen through completely, he accepts his fate and braces for judgment. Just then, he presents a chest filled with the very spirit blossoms for which our guy had been searching for as a tribute. He now understands why their search was futile, and he comments on the orcs' unusual intelligence and fluent negotiation tactics. To this, Krutu explains that his tribe values wisdom over strength to survive, and our guy responds, so they came looking for him to become stronger because they lack strength. And they remains resolute, awaiting his judgment. Amused and impressed by their philosophy of wisdom over strength, he gives a slight smile. Finding their ambition to his liking, he declares his approval and agrees to their proposal. However, he makes a crucial distinction. He will only accept Krutu himself as his direct kin. He then bestows a mark upon him, commanding him to roam the snowfields and expand the tribe for the Demon King's glory, and promises him a reward greater than simple strength, and his tribe will be eternal, telling him to await his orders. Infused with demonic power, he is reborn as the Demon King's kin, his body crackling with new energy. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he thanks him and pledges his tribe's eternal loyalty. Just then, the entire Blue Frost tribe bows as one, their voices joining their chieftains in a chorus of devotion. And so, Burjay's forces are assembled. His fortified tower stands ready, guarded by the newly acquired Pole Orc Legion. The imposing legion stands guard outside the tower, a formidable first line of defense. Inside, on the first floor, Logger is ready for fight, surrounded by a battery of 60 powerful mana cannons. Meanwhile, on the fourth floor, Princess Ernan strikes a dramatic pose, eagerly awaiting her role in the upcoming battle. From his throne, he monitors his assets, confidently declaring that all the pieces are now in place. With a hardened gaze, he issues a silent challenge to the approaching heroes, vowing to make them pay for the humiliation he suffered in his past life. Miles away, a hero named Hilderin Cargill announces to his party, which includes the spy, Granada, that they have finally arrived. Before them loom the snow-covered peaks of the Urgus Mountains, the location of Burjay's hidden tower. And his large company of adventurers stand poised at the foot of the mountains, ready to begin their assault on the Demon King. At Holton Walk, a preparation station designated for heroes, forces gather for their final march on the Demon King. Inside a grand fortress, a massive banquet is underway to send them off in style. Hero Hilderin Cargill graciously thanks the fortress master for the banquet, and the master feels honored to be part of such a historic moment. He then encourages a hesitant Hilderin to give a speech and boost the morale of the assembled forces. Without waiting for an answer, he enthusiastically gets everyone's attention for the hero's impromptu speech. Other notable heroes in the crowd look on, anticipating the words of their renowned leader. And Hilderin clears his throat and steps up to address the large gathering of heroes, knights, and mercenaries. Then he begins his address to his fellow comrades, announcing that their long journey has finally reached its final and most crucial stage, and adds that the Demon King must be terrified since not a single monster has been sent, yet they remain vigilant, to which they all laugh. Raising his glass, he makes a toast, vowing that tomorrow they will make the Demon King pay for kidnapping Princess Ernan. Continuing his rousing speech, he poses a rhetorical question to the roaring crowd. Who are we? And passionately rallies his army, shouting for them to remind the world who its true masters are. The entire hall erupts in a unified chant of, "For justice," as morale reaches its peak. Watching from the crowd, Granada notes that just as his master predicted, the number of heroes has neither increased nor decreased, and reflects on Hillerin's impressive leadership, acknowledging how his popularity secured crucial support and kept the mercenaries from deserting. Remembering how empty his master's tower was, he worries about the mission's success and briefly considers sabotaging the heroes himself. However, he quickly shakes off the thought, reminding himself that if the heroes win, he'll finally be freed from his contract. Feeling overwhelmed by his conflicting responsibilities, he steps outside for fresh air and to submit his report, not realizing that Hillen is observing him. On a quiet balcony, he reports their arrival at Holton to Berger, who instructs him to cease contact and provides a few crucial warnings for the upcoming climb. His master cryptically advises him to watch the snow, not to let his guard down at night, and gives one final, ominous piece of advice. His last warning is to stand far away when the tower door is opened, leaving a confused Granada to ponder its meaning as the communication ends. Just then, Hillen suddenly appears, startling him, and he quickly covers, saying he was just getting some fresh air. In a friendly gesture, the hero offers him a glass of elven fruit wine, and he accepts. Noticing his tension, Hillen asks if he is nervous about their chances of subduing the Demon King, to which he replies, yes. To the spy's shock, he confesses that, to be honest, he doesn't know if they can win either, and confides that despite the people's trust in him, every assault on a Demon King's tower has been a hellish ordeal that never goes smoothly. Granada attempts to bolster his confidence, reminding him that he has already defeated the Demon King of Lust and should find this new one to be a piece of cake. Feigning curiosity, he probes for information, asking him to share the tale of how he defeated his previous foe. Hillen's cheerful demeanor vanishes for a moment as he falls into a contemplative silence, but he masterfully deflects the question, attributing his victory to the bravery of his comrades on the front lines, like Granada. Placing a hand on the elf's shoulder, he declares that with him leading and Granada protecting his flank, their combined strength will ensure victory. Playing his part, he smiles and agrees to follow Hillen's lead. Hillen then leads him back into the banquet, putting on a show of camaraderie for all to see. However, a shadow crosses his face, hinting at a darker, more manipulative side to the celebrated hero. In his private thoughts, he sinisterly refers to Granada as a pawn, asking the elf to take care of him once again. The next morning, the grand expedition to subjugate the Demon King finally departs from the city of Holton Walk. Citizens line the streets, cheering for the departing heroes, with many shouting Granada's name. And they also roars in support of their true champion, chanting, "Long live Hillen Cargill." The massive army of heroes begins its arduous march through the treacherous, snow-covered gorge of the Urgest Mountains. As they march, some of the soldiers chat casually, remarking that the journey has been surprisingly easy so far, with clear weather and no monsters in sight. Another group jokes that the infamous disaster-class monsters must be hibernating or are simply too scared of Hillen to show themselves. But their laughter is cut short when a mysterious drop of purple goo lands squarely on one mercenary's head. Confused by the strange purple slime dripping down his forehead, and suddenly, a terrified shout rings out through the gorge as the heroes identify their unseen assailants, ghouls. Looking up in horror, the party finds the canyon cliffs swarming with abnormally large and menacing ghouls. Unfazed, Hillen draws his sword, announcing that the monsters have finally appeared, and orders his units into battle formation. Then, calmly directs his troops, telling them not to panic and to push through the gorge while protecting each Othi and knights to cover the mages as they press forward. Suddenly, the situation escalates as a soldier named Wharton screams a warning to Hillen, shouting that a frost giant has appeared, blocking their path. Hillen bravely declares that he will handle him alone and orders Wharton to lead the rest of the army out of the gorge. Without hesitation, he charges forward, leaping into the air to confront the colossal monster. Brimming with confidence, he smirks, believing a mere frost giant is no match for him after having already defeated the Demon King of Lust. Then, the frost giant swings its massive bony hand, aiming to obliterate the lone hero. But he expertly dodges the blow and safely lands on the giant's arm. In response, the giant smashes its hand against the mountain, sending debris flying in an attempt to knock the hero. But the hero survives and, moving at incredible speed, closes the distance for a decisive strike, and channels his sacred energy, his sword glowing with a brilliant blue light as he prepares to attack. Spotting the perfect opening, he prepares to unleash his ultimate move. With a rapid barrage of blows, glowing with blue energy, he slices through the monster. And just then he screams for everyone to run. The explosion strategically blocks the gorge's entrance, and he urges his retreating troops to escape while they can. The body of Frost Giant begins to fall, and when it falls, the hero's gambit pays off as the explosion creates a rock slide that seals the path, trapping the pursuing ghouls. Having narrowly escaped the gorge, the exhausted survivors of the hero's army catch their breath in the snow. After that, the soldiers express their relief and amazement, praising their leader for getting them through the insane ambush with relatively few casualties. Their faith in him is stronger than ever, as they reason he must be even more powerful now than when he killed the Demon King of Lust. However, Granada listens to their unwavering trust in the hero with a growing sense of dread, and reluctantly admits to himself that he might actually defeat that Demon King. But before they can fully recover, they find their path blocked by a formidable army of Blue Frost Pole orcs lying in wait. Hilderin immediately senses their demonic energy, identifying them as the Demon King's forces, while Granada recognizes them as Pule orcs. A massive, horned orc commander welcomes the foolish heroes to Urgist, his domain. As Hilderin prepares to dismiss the orcs as easy prey, Granada suddenly silences him, having noticed a strange, deep rumbling sound. And his blood runs cold as he remembers his master's first cryptic warning, "Watch the snow." With dawning horror, he finally understands the terrifying implication of the Demon King's words. Just then, the orc commander declares with grim certainty that not a single hero will be allowed to reach the tower, a sentiment echoed by a grinning Berger on his throne. Just then, the ground begins to shake violently as a deep roar echoes through the mountains. Granada panics, realizing this is a disaster far beyond anything he could have anticipated or warned them about. Cursing the Demon King's insane plan, he shouts to see avalanche thundering down towards them, and screams at the top of his lungs for everyone to run. Meanwhile, from the comfort and safety of his throne room, Demon King watches the chaos unfold on his magical monitors. With a self-satisfied smile, he mockingly welcomes the heroes to his domain once more. As he watches the heroes' army being consumed by the avalanche, he makes a chilling vow. This time, he will hunt every last one of them down. From his throne, Demon King recalls the 3 specific warnings he gave to his elven spy. His first warning to him was about the treacherous nature of the snow in the Urgis Mountains. And just as predicted, the hero party is scattered and decimated after the pole orcs trigger a massive avalanche, exactly as he had planned. Despite the disaster, Hero Hilderin rallies the survivors, ordering them to set up camp and search for those swept away by the snow. Berger then recalls his second warning to Granada, never to let his guard down at night, as there would be relentless ambushes. True to his word, under the full moon, the heroes' camp is besieged by frost giants and ghouls, herded towards them by the Pule orcs. And they scramble to their feet, forced to prepare for battle yet again as the orcs launch another assault on their camp. Caught in the endless cycle of battle, Granada curses the Demon King's name, realizing he has been perfectly played from the very start. Meanwhile, our guy smirks, confident that his strategy of endless avalanches by day and monster hordes by night will wear the heroes down. The constant, sleepless struggle takes its toll, pushing Hero Hilderin and his dwindling forces to their absolute breaking point. 3 grueling days later, the hero party has been reduced from 511 members to a mere 256 as they finally reach the mountain summit. However, they find only an empty peak, leaving Hilderin and his party to question where the Demon King's tower could possibly be. To which he explodes in rage, screaming that it's common sense for a Demon King's tower to be easily spotted, not hidden away. As his anger boils over, morale completely shatters, and some of his men, led by a knight named Wharton, announce they are giving up. A weary and disillusioned Hilderin can only look on as his subordinate begins to turn away, and apologizes, declaring the hero's journey a failure and that their own lives matter more than this impossible mission. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he watches helplessly as his forces abandon him. By the 6th day, the remaining 52 heroes finally locate the tower, infuriated to find it hidden away in a basin. Believing the first floor will be filled with weaklings as per tradition, they charge in, ready to wipe them all out. This calls to mind Berger's third and final warning to Granada when the heroes open the tower doors, stand far away from the entrance. Instead of monsters, they are met with the blinding light of dozens of fully charged mana cannons. Hilderin and his men can only stare in shock and disbelief at the unexpected, high-tech death trap awaiting them. It was all part of the Demon King's plan to deal with them in one shot, as the cannons unleash a devastating, concentrated blast. And, with a single volley, the head count of the hero party plummets from 52 to just 1. Watching the results on his monitor, he notes with a smirk that even a full-scale cannon barrage wasn't enough to finish the hero. Through the smoke and destruction, he confirms that, somehow, hero Hilderin survived the blast. Battered and scorched, Hilderin rises from the wreckage, wondering what kind of hellish tower this is. Completely bewildered, he screams in frustration that nothing about this Demon King's strategy is usual or predictable. He then spots Granada, who claims to have barely avoided the attack, and checks to see if his companion is okay. While Granada questions the decision to press on with just the two of them, the hero is resolute. Brimming with confidence, he declares that as the hero who killed the Demon King of Lust, a newcomer like this is no match for him, and tells his companion that he's more than enough support, to which he replies, "Okay, let's go," and the two proceed to the next floor together. The duo ascends to the second floor, only to find it completely empty of any monsters or traps. Their confusion grows as they reach the third floor, which is just as eerily vacant as the last. The hero grows increasingly wary, but Granada concludes that if the second and third floors are empty, the princess must be on the fourth. Yet when they arrive, contrary to all expectations, they find themselves in a vibrant, sunlit forest. Utterly baffled by the idyllic scenery, Hilderin can only stare and wonder what he's looking at. As he questions if they're even in a Demon King's tower, Granada curses under his breath, knowing exactly what's going on. Just then, a figure approaches, remarking that she's impressed they managed to make it this far. It is Princess Aryan, who, in a whimsical disguise, introduces herself as one of the 4 heavenly kings protecting the Demon King, and strikes a dramatic pose, declaring that she, the dark spiritist, will be their opponent. Granada is completely dumbfounded by the absurd display, muttering, "My God, what even is that?" Hilderin, however, recognizes Princess Aryan immediately, questioning her bizarre appearance while Granada quietly decides to retreat. She flusteredly denies her identity, insisting that she's not a princess, but the mighty dark spiritist. Getting back into character, she joyfully commands them to witness the power of darkness as she unleashes a torrent of elemental magic. By watching the display, a look of dawning comprehension spreading across his face. He recognizes the attack as highest-ranked spirit magic, something only Princess Aryan can wield, and realizes she can't be under mind control. And he begins to piece together the entire ordeal: the pole orcs, the avalanches, the night ambushes, and the hidden tower. After that, he recounts the mana cannons on the first floor and the suspiciously empty second and third floors. Finally, his list of grievances concludes with the crazy princess who is now willingly fighting for the Demon King. Overwhelmed by the sheer absurdity of it all, he breaks into a weary laugh, admitting he just doesn't get it. His sanity finally snaps as he rages about the princess attacking the very hero who came to save Hera. And giving up on all logic and reason, he decides he will simply destroy everything in his path. But suddenly, Berger appears from behind, ready to unleash his demonic attack, and casually asking if he really thinks he can do it, and then triggers a massive explosion, sending debris flying in all directions. Emerging from the smoke and flames, he calmly states that at last, he can face Hilderin. But surviving the attack, Hilderin calls the Demon King a coward for sneaking up on him, then realizes he needs more strength as he casts a pointed look at Granada. Just then, our guy points towards his elven companion, declaring that Granada is right over there. With a burst of speed, Hilderin ignores him and charges directly toward the elf, and grabs the unsuspecting Granada, activating a glowing red artifact on his gauntlet, and tells the confused elf that they will combine their strength to defeat the Demon King. Just then, Granada cries out in shock as he feels his life energy being violently drained from his body. With green energy swirling around him, he reassures Granada that as long as the elf is by his side, there's no problem. Watching from a distance, our guy recognizes the artifact on Hillerin's hand, and his expression turns serious. Hilderin reveals his trump card, a forbidden artifact called the Elf Eater, which converts an elf's infinite vitality into mana. Then, sadistically, he stomps on the now drained Granada, callously declaring that the elf's impending death serves the greater good. And he curses Granada, calling him a swindling hypocrite. A wide, appreciative grin spreads across Berger's face as he tells Hilderin he likes how vile and lowly he is, and taunts him, asking if taking off the artifact is all it will take to make him weak again. Just then, the hero laughs maniacally, daring him to try and boasting that even the Demon King of Lust couldn't remove it. But our guy simply says one word, Gordon, as a shadowy hand reaches for the hero. Before he can even process the name, his boastful laughter cuts short in confusion, and he screams in agony as his hand is cleanly severed, horrified that he didn't feel a single presence approach him. Gordon appears behind him, coolly remarking on how rude and noisy he is for a human, which makes the hero leap back to save himself from him. But as he gains some distance, he is stunned and can't believe he was taken down so easily by a mere high-ranking demon, even while using the artifact. But before his thoughts can take shape, a hand clamps down on his shoulder, stopping him cold. He is the Demon King, his eyes glowing as he snarls, "You're not going anywhere." The hero's mind races, telling himself he has to dodge, but his body is frozen in terror. An overwhelming aura of pure demonic energy manifests behind Berge, taking the form of a terrifying, spectral dragon. Faced with this absolute power, Hillen's will breaks, and he can only think, I can't. And Berge is poised for a devastating demonic strike, his claw raised high in the air. His last conscious thought is a question born of pure terror. Just who is this Demon King? Leaning in close, he informs the captured hero that it's finally time to take a beating. Hillen's eyes widen in absolute fear, reflecting the purple glow of the Demon King's immense power. A powerful explosion of demonic energy erupts from Berge's tower, a haunting symbol of the hero's defeat. In the aftermath of explosion, our guy stands over the defeated hero, Hillen Cardil, and he takes a deep breath, composing himself after the intense fight. Just then acknowledges with some surprise that he is still alive despite the devastating blow, and coolly orders his subordinate, Gordon, to imprison Hillen and any other surviving humans. Meanwhile, Granada, drained by the forbidden artifact Hillen had used, feels the cold grip of the afterlife. But our guy rewards his subordinate's good work, reviving him with a potent spirit blossom. His eyes flutter open, disoriented but alive. Just then, a surge of vibrant energy flows through him as he realizes he's been fully recovered, and is stunned that the Demon King would use such a precious item on him, and watches as our guy gives another to a grateful Ernan. Now that the battle is won, he grants the ecstatic blacksmith, Loger, permission to dismantle the tower. Addressing his other subordinates, he instructs them to restore their assigned floors. As he walks away, Granada and Ernan watch, marveling at how he seems completely unscathed after such a fierce battle. Ernan, however, senses something is amiss and falls into a thoughtful silence. And her suspicions are confirmed when, out of sight, his facade breaks and he collapses. Sprawled on the floor, he pants with relief, acknowledging how close the battle truly was. Still reeling, he curses Hillen's strength, recognizing it as the power of one of the legendary 10 stars. The 10 stars, it's revealed, are the 10 strongest heroes on the entire continent. And he recalls that while Hillen is one of these powerful heroes, he's actually considered one of the weakest among them. Then admits that, because he's barely used any demonic energy to strengthen himself this life, he never would have won if Hillen had been in perfect condition. Indeed, his victory was only possible because his meticulous plans had already exhausted the hero. His strategy had successfully triggered Hillen, pushing him to act rashly. The constant pressure and unexpected traps threw him and his party into a state of panic. This psychological warfare narrowed his focus, causing him to reveal a fatal opening. And as a result of this calculated manipulation, Berge's all-out strike landed perfectly. Just then he grins, realizing he's achieved a perfect victory without relying on the flawed Demon King standards, something that never happened in his past life. Overcome with joy, he celebrates his success in altering his predetermined fate. A newfound determination fills him as he realizes he can indeed change the future. His thoughts then turn to his ultimate goal, getting revenge on the heroes from his previous life. Meanwhile, news of the hero's failure reaches the public, with many in disbelief that they simply couldn't find the Demon King's tower. At a press conference in Holton Walk, outraged investors demand to know who is responsible for the failed expedition. A knight tries to placate the crowd, insisting there's still hope, as Sir Hillen and his party are still searching. Despite these assurances, news of the new Demon King's overwhelming victory spreads rapidly across the continent. The King of Hilderin rages about Hillen's failure, while Princess Louise cares only about finding the missing blacksmith, Logger. Rumors and exaggerated stories spread through the populace, with many claiming Hilderin is already dead, casting a pall of sorrow over the world. This widespread despair translates directly into power for Burjay, causing his demonic energy points to skyrocket. The scene shifts to the imposing headquarters of the Heroes Guild. There, an unnamed superior questions the hero Wharton, demanding to know if his report on the mission's failure is completely true, to which he solemnly swears on his name that he has spoken only the truth. After that, the guild leader acknowledges the gravity of the situation, agreeing to proceed with caution against this unknown Demon King, and expresses confidence that Hilderin, as one of the 10 stars, cannot be brought down so easily. Therefore, he decides to wait 10 more days for news before launching a full-scale assault with all 4728 heroes on the continent to eliminate the new Demon King. Back in the tower, Burjay enters the underground prison where he's keeping the surviving heroes, and approaches the chained Hilderin, noting his exceptional recovery speed. However, Hilderin defiantly tells him to get to the point, knowing he was kept alive for a reason. Pleased by his directness, our guy makes an astonishing proposal: "Become my vassal," to which he is utterly stunned, barely able to process the outrageous offer. Our guy then begins his psychological attack, reminding him of the immense financial cost of a journey such as his, and explains that while victory brings riches, failure buries heroes in debt to their investors, then reveals that this time, all the investments were focused solely on one person, and he points out him, as the party's captain, is the one who bears all that financial responsibility. The devastating truth dawns on Hilderin: even if he escapes, he'll be a failed hero, hunted by debt collectors for the rest of his life. When he asks how he knows so much, Granada coolly steps forward and admits, "I told him," to which he explodes in rage at the betrayal, but Granada retorts that he was on the Demon King's side from the very beginning. After that, our guy explains that while he broke the Demon King's standards, he knows heroes will eventually adapt to his new methods. He then presents his true plan: to have one of the strongest heroes secretly sabotage future hero parties from the inside. Hilderin nervously eyes the menacing Irmani's orb that he has conjured, to which he details its terrifying function: a parasitic magic tool that latches onto the brain, allowing him to monitor and even kill his subordinates with a single gesture, and gives him an ultimatum: if the orb fails to adapt, it will be deemed a reject and destroyed on the spot, then gestures toward the other available options. Hilderin panics, protesting that his natural hero immunity to mind control will cause the orb to disappear, making it look like he's resisting. Our guy and Granada share a sinister grin, reminding him that a hero can choose to lower their mental defenses, to which he desperately calls Granada a deranged elf, but the spy coolly turns the shame back on him. As our guy approaches, he continues to protest, vowing he will never submit to a Demon King, but he ignores his pleas, shouting, "Shut up and swallow," as he violently shoves the orb down the hero's throat. Hilderin struggles and gags as the dark magic begins to take hold. Granada questions what they'll do if he chooses death, but he remains confident in his assessment, and declares that a greedy man like him, who treats his comrades as disposable for money, would never choose sacrifice. Defeated and broken, Hilderin submits as the system confirms his new status: Demon King's vassal. Just then, Gordon points out a major problem: his massive debt of 100,000 gold will severely restrict his activities as their new agent, and reminds him that the 2,000 gold they previously acquired is a pittance compared to the national budget-sized sum they now need. To which our guy simply smirks, telling his subordinate that he expects to receive a very important message soon, and reveals his plan to attend the Unison of Towers, an annual gathering of Demon Kings he'd always scorned in his past life. Since the other Demon Kings have survived for a long time, he gleefully speculates about the vast treasures they must have accumulated. Gordon panics, thinking his master plans to sell more of his precious demonic energy for cash. However, he quickly catches himself, admitting that after seeing his methods work against the heroes, he understands the necessity. Just as he accepts this, an invitation to the Unison of Towers arrives, solidifying his belief that following the old standards would have led to their doom. With a confident grin, our guy announces their next mission: to go and swindle his senior Demon Kings. Later, he arrives at the Unison of Towers, an annual meeting held this year at the ominous Tower of Lies. Upon entering the 13th floor chamber, he finds that the other demon kings have already gathered for their clandestine meeting. He strides in, coolly noting that everyone is present, even though he himself is not late. Making his presence known, the Demon King of Flame sarcastically asks if they had a lot to discuss without him. In response, Draxen Doldorf, the ferocious Demon King of Beasts, immediately snarls his name, making the tension in the room palpable. Next, the elegant Raina Soldin, Demon King of Winters, icily remarks that our protagonist is the talk of the town. Meanwhile, the brutish Ugar Belva, Demon King of Indestructibility, sneers at the arrival of the stuck-up who insulted the standards. In stark contrast, the meeting's host, Jason Kochmund, the enigmatic Demon King of Lies, offers an effusively cheerful welcome. Just then, our guy merely smirks at the group, deriding them as fools for forming an alliance, a move he deems shameful, yet necessary for survival in Aryan. Enraged by the insult, Ugar bellows at the newcomer, questioning what right he has to interfere in their affairs. Yet he remains unfazed, internally noting that a simple provocation was all it took to confirm Ugar is out to kill him. Ugar threatens to grant his death wish, but he simply grins and challenges, "Try me." But with a single resounding clap, both come to a halt. And just then, Jason smoothly intervenes, reminding them that the meeting is for cooperation and that they shouldn't waste precious time fighting. Our guy is inwardly stunned, realizing the host quelled the killing intent of two demon kings without magic and wondering at the source of his power. As Ugar begrudgingly backs down, he continues to ponder whether the immense pressure comes from Jason or from the tower itself. While comparing the tower's ability to his own Mana's phantom, he decides to remain on guard and not jump to any conclusions. With the conflict diffused, Jason officially begins the informal meeting, inviting everyone to share their thoughts freely. When only silence greets his invitation, Draxen steps forward to kick things off, and immediately puts our guy on the spot, snarling as he demands to know the current whereabouts of the hero, Hilon Cargill. To which he remains silent for a moment, his expression unreadable as he considers the hostile question. But just as he prepares to answer, the scene shifts to another part of the tower. In the aides' reception room, the assistants for the Demon Kings of Beasts and Lies are asking about whether Hilon Cargill is already dead. A flustered Gordon claims to be unsure, explaining that the hero never even reached their tower and is probably lost in the mountains. The other aides find his story ridiculous, questioning how a hero could possibly miss a Demon King's tower. However, a flashback reveals he is simply following a script prepared by his master. He had instructed Gordon to feign ignorance, explaining that secrecy is paramount since they plan to use him as a spy. Back in the present, he reflects that while he now understands his master's plans are sound, and suddenly he screams, privately venting his frustration over his master being a stuck-up brat who constantly causes trouble. Yet despite it isn't acting, he finds a bizarre sense of satisfaction in complaining about his Demon King. The other aides quickly join in, commiserating with him and complaining about how strange all of their masters are. And he soon realizes he's found a much-needed outlet for his stress and a sense of camaraderie with his fellow aides. Returning to the main meeting, Draxen is scoffing at Berger's explanation, to which he simply confirms that he expects them to believe him. Just then, Ugar explodes with disbelief, enraged by the ridiculous idea that the hero got lost simply because he didn't build his tower on a mountain peak. With a deadpan expression, he retorts that he has the freedom to build his tower wherever he pleases. Jason smoothly cuts in again, questioning why he would leave his tower undefended if heroes are still targeting it. And then, with a menacing grin, he reminds him of a key academy lesson. A demon king who has lost their tower meets a dreadful end. But our guy nonchalantly waves off the thinly veiled threat, stating that he's protecting his tower in his own way. Internally, however, he seethes, finding the manipulative Demon King of Lies incredibly infuriating. Then Jason just laughs brightly and agrees not to pry any further into his business. When Draxen tries to invoke the authority of Archduke Arcane, our guy casually dismisses the man as an old geezer, shocking the him into silence. And he knows his lies are flimsy, but he's confident that it's better for his peers to be suspicious than for them to discover the truth. With that, he refocuses on his primary objective for attending this meeting, to earn 100,000 gold. As the other Demon Kings converse, he quietly observes the power dynamics, noting the clear hierarchy that places Jason near the top. His true plan is to eavesdrop on their conversations and identify which of them are running low on demonic energy points. As he scans the room for potential clients, his eyes suddenly meet Reyna Soldine's as she turns to look directly at him, to which he's caught off guard, confused by her sudden and direct attention. Later, after the meeting has paused, both they are on the 13th floor balcony of the Tower of Lies. He approaches to her, and she reveals that she's been wanting to speak with him privately ever since the rumor started. To his utter shock, she states that she actually agrees with some of his controversial points about the Demon King standards. Flabbergasted, he silently wonders if he somehow missed this conversation in his previous life. Just then, she clarifies that she doesn't hate the standards. In fact, she lives by them, and believes that Demon Kings must be more flexible to survive in Aryan, and figure talking to him would be more productive than reasoning with the idiots inside. As he questions about himself, she declares him not that bad and also compliments he looks, which surprises him a little. Offering him a personal transmitter, she proposes an alliance, agreeing to help as long as he refrains from insulting the standards in front of her. As she prepares to leave, he asks for her assessment of their host, the Demon King of Lies, to which she admits that she can't read him at all, but concedes he is far better than the two morons, Draxon and Ugar. He watches her walk away, contemplating this unexpected turn of events. Holding the transmitter, he concludes that while he can't fully trust her yet, she is an unexpected but welcome gain. Meanwhile, back in the snowy mountains, life continues at his unconventional tower. On the first floor, a cheerful Ernan surprises Lager with a tray of freshly baked cookies. She proudly explains that the Demon King provided the ingredients, and that she baked them with the help of her elemental spirits. He is deeply touched by the gesture, marveling that a princess who has never had to work a day in her life baked something just for him. Resolved to be polite regardless of the taste, he braces himself and takes a large bite. Instantly, his eyes fly open in shock as the incredible flavor registers. The taste is so phenomenal that it resonates with his mana, sending him into a state of heavenly, soul-ascending bliss. Overwhelmed by the divine flavor, blushing, he asks her what magical creation she's concocted. To which she happily reveals her secret ingredient. She mixed powerful spirit blossoms into the dough, which is why they're so infused with mana. But he asks, why would she give him something so precious? With a sly smile, she calls the cookies a gift to ensure they stay close, since they'll be spending a lot of time together. After Lager agrees that their elf companion, Granada, will also love the cookies, she gets an idea. Blushing, she shyly wonders if the Demon King would enjoy her spirit blossom cookies as well. Meanwhile, back at the Tower of Lies, our guy returns to the meeting room to find only Jason remaining, and the host invites him to stay for tea, suggesting they have a private conversation. Then, dropping all pretense, he leans in with a sly, knowing grin, stating that he knows Berger is in need of human money. To which his draconic eye contracts in shock at the sudden revelation of his most guarded secret. His composure shattered, and he furiously demands to know how he found out, his mind racing to pinpoint the leak. And on a tense cliffhanger, Berger finds himself cornered by the all-knowing Demon King of Lies. At the unison of towers, Jason Kochman smirks, revealing that he knows Demon King Berger is in desperate need of human money. Berger is visibly stunned, his carefully laid plans now in jeopardy. Infuriated, he demands to know how his secret was compromised, instantly suspecting a leak. To which Jason casually reveals his source, nonchalantly stating that Draxon, the Demon King of Beasts, was the one who told him. Dismissing any further attempts at deception, Jason insists they cut the pointless mind games and get straight to business, and then makes his proposal, a straightforward trade of demonic energy points for human currency. Wary of the proposition, our guy narrows his eyes, cautiously asking him what his true angle is. With a wide, unnerving grin, he claims to be on his side, suggesting they should just get along from now on. Meanwhile, back on the first floor of Berger's tower, the deal has apparently already been struck, as bags of gold are piled high before Hilderin. Our guy hands over a staggering 100,000 gold to the shocked hero, ordering him to launder the money and hide its demonic origins. Internally, however, he worries about Jason's cunning, envisioning him as a puppet master who could easily unravel their plans, and his greatest fear is that if they're not careful, they will all end up as his puppets. Unable to discern his true intentions, our guy resolves that they must proceed with the utmost caution. To help manage the funds, he introduces Hilderin to his former party members, who have now been forcibly converted into obedient black knights and mages. He then instructs him to use these mind-controlled minions to grow the initial investment, assuring him of their complete loyalty. They despair over their humiliating fate, silently praying for Hilderin to save them from their forced contract. Hilderin, however, rationalizes his situation, realizing that with his debts paid and his men alive, he can continue his work as a hero. And to the horror of his former comrades, he eagerly accepts the deal, cheerfully referring to the Demon King as his new business partner. Our guy, however, is not amused by his familiarity and decides a harsh lesson is in order, activating the parasitic control orb. The orb's dark magic surges through Hilderin, directly assaulting his mind to enforce obedience. And he brutally reminds him of his place, declaring, "You're my slave, and I'm your master," as Hilderin's former men watch with grim satisfaction. As a spasming he lies on the floor, our guy coldly orders him to get moving, stating that he doesn't require sincere loyalty, only obedience. Just then, Princess Aryan appears, calling out to the bewildered and exhausted hero. And she makes a simple request, asking the now subjugated hero to deliver a personal letter to her younger sister, Elena. Recognizing the name as that of the 13th princess, he questions why she is siding with the Demon King, bitterly noting her part in his capture. To which she explains that she has no intention of returning home, hinting that a hero of his status should already know the royal family's secret. Having heard the rumors about the kingdom of Hilderin, his expression shifts to one of understanding and he accepts her request. The imposing tower is standing silently amidst the snow-capped mountains. Inside, Gordon voices his concern, questioning whether a hero like Hilderin can truly be trusted to follow their orders. To which he calmly explains that while the hero isn't a despicable man solely driven by money, and even he doesn't see the uniquely human crassness of being obsessed with money in him. But he acknowledges that Hilderin isn't a particularly noble person either, making him susceptible to other motivations. Then he begins to reveal what he believes truly drives the hero, and declares that Hilderin's ultimate desire isn't honor, but popularity. Holding the control orb, he explains that the hero's proactive nature makes him the perfect, if he controls him properly. Gordon is once again in awe of his master's profound understanding of human nature and feels inspired to redouble his own efforts. However, our guy continues explaining the glorious chaos that will ensue when a beloved hero begins to dismantle society from within, and Ox doesn't. He think that'd be a sight to behold. To which his loyal subordinate enthusiastically agrees that it would indeed be a sight to behold. But their villainous planning is suddenly interrupted by a knock at the throne room doors. Just then, Aryan, accompanied by her cheerful spirits, peeks in to offer the Demon King some freshly baked cookies. But he gruffly threatens her with a month in the dungeon if they taste bad, yet she simply challenges him to try one before passing judgment. Skeptically, he takes a bite, assuming the human dessert will be bland and uninteresting. But his eyes fly open in shock as an unexpectedly powerful and delicious flavor explodes in his mouth. She celebrates her culinary victory, pleased to see the same stunned reaction Lager had when he first tasted them. After almost breaking his chair, and, with a pained grimace, he manages to say the cookies are not bad, surprising her that he could withstand their potency. She cheerfully confirms his suspicion, explaining that she mixed the potent spirit blossoms into the cookies as a surprise. Just then, he correctly deduces that by returning his gift in this manner, she must have a different reward in mind. And with a sly and eager smile, she confirms that she does indeed have another request. Elsewhere, Hilderin and his new dark minions are safely escorted from the mountains by Krutu's pole orc tribe. Upon reaching Holton Walk, his party wastes no time, immediately using a teleportation circle to depart for the kingdom of Hilderin. Meanwhile, Granada is left with his own important mission. At the Scarlet Hawk Mercenary Guild, he begins to establish discipline, confronting the men who abandoned him, and he furiously calls out his cowardly subordinates for fleeing during the blizzard and leaving him to face the dangers alone. To which one mercenary desperately tries to justify their actions, arguing that as mid-tier fighters, they stood no chance in the deadly mountains. Enraged by their cowardice, Granada begins to punish them, but is interrupted by the arrival of a stranger. He turns around, confused by the interruption. Just then, a new hero named Kaede introduces herself, explaining that although she arrived late, she is still determined to join the quest. With a hand over her heart, she formally asks for permission to join the hero's journey to defeat the Demon King. One of them told him what happened while he was away. She was the one who paid their bar tabs and asked him about a drink. However, he ignores the remark, continuing to physically discipline them. After dealing with his men, he appreciates her paying for their drinks and bluntly tells her that she's too late, as Hilden's party has already left. Desperate, she screams and begs him to explain the mission's failure. He cautiously agrees, though he knows he will only reveal as much as the Demon King permits. The scene transitions to a wide shot of the city of Holton Walk at sunrise. In a tavern, he recounts a censored version of events, leaving her in disbelief that the Demon King's tower wasn't even at the summit. Thanking him for his time, she leaves a coin as a token of gratitude and prepares to depart. And he quietly watches the determined young hero walk out of the tavern. Just then, the mercenary captain scoffs that she's just a naive rookie, but he quickly shuts him down and claims the money for himself. Now outside, she dons her helmet and walks purposefully down a side street. From the tavern window, Granada notices that she is being followed by a squad of heavily armored knights. His expression turns serious as he senses that something is wrong. The scene shifts to a deserted alleyway elsewhere in Holton Walk, and the knights follow her down the empty alley, closing in. Cornered, she is addressed as Your Highness and ordered to return to her fiancé, but she defiantly refuses, declaring her wish is to live as a hero. Spying from a corner with a magic mask, Granada realizes she is a princess after noticing her pursuer's magically silenced armor. Deciding this is an internal affair of a human kingdom, he prepares to turn away. But suddenly, a blade is appeared against his neck as one of the knights appears silently behind him, and demands to know why he is spying on them with suspicious magic. To which Granada begins to panic, realizing the magic tool from the Demon King is about to expose his true identity. Mistaking him for a spy from a rival kingdom, the knight menacingly declares that he cannot be allowed to live. Cornered and facing a lethal threat, Granada realizes he is in serious trouble, with both his mission and his life now hanging by a thread.
Hey everyone! If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me out and lets me bring you more great content.
At that moment, a massive explosion erupts as a knight reacts to an intruder. Then he shouts to the royal guards, "It's an assassin, don't let him escape." As the knights move to intercept, they urge their highness to fall back for her own safety. Granada realizes he's in a bind. Using his elven powers will expose his identity, but he might not escape without them. Rejecting her guard's protection, Kaid declares that she is a hero too and will join the fight. With no other option, a cornered Granada prepares to unleash his elven abilities, risking exposure. But before he can act, Berge appears, casually asking why Granada was late for his mission. And he incinerates the knight midair with his demonic power, shocking everyone present. The knights are stunned into silence as he looms over them, questioning if his subordinate was slacking off. To which Granada frantically tries to explain the gravity of the situation, but he nonchalantly dismisses the knight's wounds as trivial. Realizing a Demon King has arrived to kidnap the princess, the knights see this as their chance to defeat a major foe. They confront Berge, accusing him of lying about his reasons for being there, while he feigns ignorance about Kaide being a princess. Even Granada comically questions his master, asking why he is really there. To this, our guy offers the ridiculously flimsy excuse that he's just running an errand, by coincidence, further enraging the knights. In a flashback while he was sitting in tower, he was approached by his captive, Princess Ernan, and she formally requests an item called Senial Powder, which is used for making contracts with spirits. She recounts the history of the powder, explaining it was created by an elf named Senial, who defected to a human kingdom. Under the king's orders, he developed a supplement allowing humans to form proper contracts with spirits. The result of her research was the creation of the magical item known as Senial Powder. To this, our guy questions why a talented spiritist like her would need such a supplement, but she claims her spirits are weak in the mana-deprived tower. Seeing through her excuse, he correctly deduces that she's planning to contract a new, high-ranking spirit, and he recalls from his past life that Ernan contracted a powerful spirit at age 27, an event that sent shockwaves across the continent. Then he realizes she's now attempting this 7 years ahead of schedule, prompting a coy Ernan to ask how he uncovered her surprise. After a moment of thought, he decides to approve her plan. Figuring that she means a stronger tower, he agrees to head out and acquire the powder for her. Back in the present, he decides to stop wasting time and end the confrontation quickly. A powerful surge of demonic energy erupts from him, stunning Princess Kaede. With a massive explosion, he believes he has eliminated everyone. However, he is surprised to find that his attack didn't take down anyone. Protected by her innate hero's aura, she and her knights remain standing, defiant against the Demon King. She declares that her true place is on the battlefield, channeling the power of a hero, the natural enemy of demonkind. And with that, she unleashes the highest-ranking sword technique of the Jespine Imperial family, the Crescent Moon Slash. This legendary technique, passed down only to the greatest swordsmen, releases a massive wave of aura to cut down any foe. In a flashback, she remembers being sold off to a lecherous foreign king due to her low rank. The unfairness of being forced into a political marriage with an old pervert fueled her rage and determination. To escape this fate, she begged the imperial instructor to train her day and night, hoping to be acknowledged as a hero instead of a princess. She believes that if she can defeat a demon king, she'll finally be recognized as a proper hero. This victory, she thinks, is her only path to freedom from her father's orders. With a roar of defiance, she attacks, determined to be the one who decides whom she will marry. However, her ultimate attack is stopped dead in its tracks as Burjay effortlessly catches her finishing move, casually complementing her sword aura, to which she is left in absolute shock, unable to comprehend how her most powerful technique was nullified so easily. With a smirk, he unleashes his own overwhelming demonic power, taunting that a hero surely won't die from this. Staring down the abyss of his power, she realizes with terror what a true demon king is capable of. Just then, he grins sadistically, realizing that a captive who is both a princess and a hero will be useful in more ways than one. She can only watch in horror, frozen by fear. Her remaining knights scream her name as they rush to her aid, but it's too late. Burjay's attack consumes the area, obliterating them in a devastating explosion. The citizens of Holton Walk are thrown into chaos by the sudden attack, realizing a demon is in their midst. Panic spreads as they find the fallen knights and frantically call for healing mages. A survivor informs the shocked onlookers that Her Highness was taken by a demon king. Just then, they recognizes the black flames as the signature of the infamous Demon King of the Urgest Mountains. The scene then shifts back to the cold, snowy landscape surrounding Burjay's tower. Inside, the defeated Princess Kaede lies unconscious in the underground prison. Ernan appears, comically asking if the new prisoner is named Senial, before Burjay identifies her as Kaede Jespine, the 9th Imperial Princess. Then he instructs her to tend to the princess's injuries, explaining that he picked her up on his errand and that she might become useful, and begins to explain his strategy of periodically kidnapping low-ranking royalty to farm demonic energy points. But suddenly, he catches himself, realizing with horror that he's revealing classified information to his prisoner. Quickly changing the subject, he tells Ernan he'll go get her powder, mentally scolding himself for getting too comfortable with her. He sternly reminds himself that no matter how familiar they become, the princess is still just a prisoner. As he recommits to his mission, news of the 9th Imperial Princess's kidnapping spreads rapidly across the continent. At the Heroes Guild headquarters, Hillen Cargill is being interrogated about his recent failure. And he puts on a convincing performance, shamefully admitting he couldn't even find the Demon King's tower and will take full responsibility. To this, the guild leaders reassure him, stating that they can't hold heroes responsible for every failure, or no one would step forward. And then they ask for his opinion on the new kidnapping and the Jespine Empire's request for another hero's journey. Playing his part perfectly, he advises against a full-scale assault, suggesting they first send a small recon unit to locate the hidden tower. Then he argues that if the Demon King was truly strong, he wouldn't need to hide his tower in the first place. To this, they agree with his logic, concluding that a Demon King who violates protocol by hiding must be a powerless coward. The consensus among the guild is that this new Demon King will be weak and not a major threat. After a moment of silence, the decision is made. The guild leader announces that, based on Hilden's advice, they will postpone an all-out hero's journey until the tower's location is confirmed. He dutifully accepts the command. Privately, he confirms his success, having used his authority to block the next hero's journey and buy his new master more time. Just then, Gordon relays the successful report to Berger, who orders him to continue monitoring the hero. Our guy sighs in relief, realizing he narrowly avoided a full-scale assault from the hero's guild and that making Hilden his vassal was the correct move. And he reviews his current strategic advantages. His vassals, Hilden and Granada, are working to delay the heroes from the outside. He also considers his newest captive, Princess Kaede, a source of demonic energy points, who could become a real fighting force with the help of an Armani's orb. Inside the tower, the captive Loger continues reinforcing the defenses, while Krutu and his Pule orcs expand their influence in the mountains. After that, he concludes, once Princess Ernan contracts her high-ranking spirit, their tower will become so powerful that no ordinary hero will dare attack. Only when his fortress is truly impregnable can he finally begin his true revenge. And his ultimate goal is to exact vengeance on the damned heroes who killed him in his previous life. But first, to empower Ernan and his tower, he must acquire the Seniel powder. His target is the Magitech city of Kamurd, a metropolis overflowing with powerful mages and heroes. And he acknowledges the immense difficulty of infiltrating such a heavily guarded city without being discovered. Demon King Berger's quest for Seniel powder begins in the majestic Ahan Kingdom's Magitech city, Amur. To avoid the city's many heroes, he seeks out a shabby, unassuming shop on the outskirts called Jetoson's World of Wonders. Inside, the shopkeeper idly reads the news, complaining about recent kidnappings and the wanted poster for the hero blacksmith, Logger. Just then, the chime of the shop's bell announces the arrival of a new customer. Our guy, in his human disguise, enters and immediately requests the rare Seniel powder, confirming his suspicion that this rundown shop is the right place. After all, the Akan Kingdom is a central hub for the continent's most powerful heroes, mages, and alchemists, making it a hotbed of talent. He knows that any popular shop would be teeming with powerful individuals, so he strategically chose this empty, dilapidated store to minimize risk. The shopkeeper, Jettison, immediately launches into a sleazy sales pitch, but our guy cuts him short, bluntly calling the price expensive. Questioning the item's authenticity, he points out that real Seniel powder is green, not purple, but the shopkeeper insists it's a new, improved version. Jettison then spins a tall tale, claiming the mage's tower developed this highly confidential and rare powder just to inflate its value. Believing his customer to be a naive noble, the greedy shopkeeper smirks, planning to completely fleece him. Barely containing his rage, Berger realizes the scammer has deduced he can't go elsewhere and begins to contemplate murder. But just as tensions rise, the shop's bell chimes once more, heralding another interruption. A new group of customers enters, with one complaining about having to start their search in such a shabby establishment. Our guy is utterly stunned as he recognizes the new arrivals. It's none other than Princess Louise Werft, who seems to believe that her target, Loger, would avoid popular places and hide in a dive like this. And she fumes that her hunt for the runaway blacksmith has dragged her all the way to this miserable shop. Her dwarven guard steps forward to question the shopkeeper, beginning his inquiry about the person they're looking for. Confirming it's Louise, our guy breathes a sigh of relief, realizing the magical tool he used in their previous fight is successfully disguising him. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper attempts to extort the princess's party, claiming a mysterious illness prevents him from remembering anything until they buy something. Never one for negotiation, she immediately brandishes a dagger at him, but he reminds her that murder is forbidden in the capital. Yet, in a display of audacious greed, he, desperately trying to force a sale even under threat of violence, and nervously explains that he's only asking them to buy something because he's certain they plan on stabbing him anyway. The princess is momentarily speechless, taken aback by the sheer nerve of the man. But then, breaking the tension, she bursts into laughter, amused by his ridiculous guts, and agrees to see his wares. The shopkeeper tries to pass off the fake Seniel powder as Archa powder for 3 gold, and our guy instantly recognizes the scam. After purchasing the fake powder, she finally asks her question, inquiring if he has seen a dwarf named Loger. Jettison denies seeing Logar but gives them a false lead, suggesting they check a famous blacksmith store and sending Louise and her party on their way. As she passes, she quietly offers a sarcastic apology for the trouble she's about to face. And with that, she and her dwarven knights march out of the shop to follow the false lead. After that, our guy compliments the scammer's guts, and Jettison, mistaking his silence for complicity, proudly takes credit for tricking the noble lady. Ever the persistent scammer, he then tries to sell Berger his business secrets for 10 gold. Impressed by his top-notch scamming skills, our guy makes the man an offer, a job at the nearly bankrupt Golden Moon Merchant Guild. But the shopkeeper scoffs at the proposition, refusing to join a failing guild when he believes his own future is much brighter. Our guy simply smiles menacingly as he prepares to reveal the fatal flaw in the man's recent transaction. Then he drops a bombshell. The customer he just scammed was the notoriously violent Princess Louise Werft. The color drains from Jettison's face as he realizes he's swindled. Werft's crazy hound, and he shakily asks what Berger wants from him. Our guy lays out the ultimatum. Join the guild for 1 gold a month, or he'll bring the enraged princess right back to the shop. The terrified shopkeeper begins to beg, seemingly ready to accept the offer to save his own skin. However, his terror quickly morphs into a defiant, sinister grin as he decides to call Berger's bluff. Just then, he lashes out, convinced that a high-ranking princess would never personally return to a shabby shop over such a minor scam. Without another word, Berger simply says, "Sure," and calmly walks out the front door. A moment later, the doorway is filled with the fiery, demonic aura of a furious Princess Louise, back for vengeance. The shopkeeper's smug defiance instantly shatters into pure, unadulterated horror. From outside, the sounds of a brutal beating echo from within the shop. As Berger departs, a cheerful and obliging voice echoes from the shop, "Thank you, come again." Now in possession of the real green senile powder, he muses on the fact that even a back-alley scammer could acquire the genuine article. Just then, outside the shop, she finds him and asks if he is still here. And her party thanks him for his help, explaining that they were able to get a full refund after their discussion with the shop owner. To this, he asks what happened to the shop owner. Frustrated, she laments that since the owner was a foreigner, she could only give him a light beating, though she wishes she could have ripped his heart out. He can only observe the princess's terrifying rage in nervous silence, then grimaces, noting to himself that she is just as ill-tempered and violent as he remembers. But her mention of a heart sparks a crucial memory from his past life, giving him a new idea. Putting his new plan into motion, he asks her if the Logar she's hunting is a blacksmith, immediately grabbing her full attention. He then presents a necklace that her knight instantly recognizes as an early, signature piece crafted by Logar himself. Berger concocts a convincing lie, claiming he met a starving Logar in the Ormoth forest and received the necklace as a gift for sharing his food. Overjoyed by the lead, a grateful Louise offers to treat him to a 5-day drinking binge, an offer he quickly but politely refuses. As a reward instead, she gives him a powerful dwarven badge that can be exchanged for top-tier equipment, urging him to use it to capture Logar, which he accepts. As she departs, she turns to her knight and tells him to call for reinforcements from her father. With a chilling, determined grin, she vows that she will absolutely not let Logar escape her grasp this time. Berger watches them leave and realizes he lost track of time because he had been busy stopping the hero's journey ever since he regressed. He recalls that in his previous life, this was when his rival, the Demon King of Beasts, Draxon, discovered and absorbed the powerful heart of some summoning beast that he had desperately wanted for himself. Assessing his current strength, he concludes that fighting a fully equipped Princess Louise would be a stalemate at best. He resolves that in order to survive and achieve his revenge against the heroes, he must seize any and every opportunity to increase his own power. His master plan is now clear. He has deliberately sent Princess Louise and her army to Ormoth, the very location of Draxon's Beast Tower. Now, the stage is set for a massive conflict between the crazy hound, Louise Werft, and the formidable Demon King of Beasts, Draxon Doldorf, with his monstrous legions. While his two powerful rivals are locked in a destructive battle, he plans to swoop in and claim the coveted summoning beast's heart for himself. Berger notes that fusing with the Mana's Phantom has granted his tower two powerful new functions. These new abilities include the remote management of his tower and the power to instantly transfer items. From a remote city, he informs his subordinate, Gordon, that something has come up and he'll be leaving the tower in his care for a while. His first order of business is to deliver the top-grade Senial powder to Princess Ernan, a key ingredient for contracting a high-ranking spirit. Ernan is ecstatic upon receiving the powder, and Gordon is quick to remind her that the Demon King personally obtained it for her. Next, our guy orders the captive hero, Princess Kaid, to be confined to the 4th floor. He then instructs Gordon to train her in swordsmanship to its fullest potential, a challenge Gordon readily accepts. During one of their training sessions, the princess boldly declares that she will make him regret ever agreeing to train her, but Gordon calmly replies that she will have to defeat him first. Afterward, our protagonist orders the Hellforge to be installed on the 1st floor and instructs Lager to further reinforce the tower's defenses. The dwarf is completely mesmerized by the advanced demonic technology, marveling at the furnace and its living cooler. Overcome with joy, he enthusiastically promises to build the best defenses imaginable for his Demon King. Our guy then checks in on the Pole orcs, who report that they have successfully unified 3 tribes and doubled their numbers. They have now grown powerful enough to hunt most of the monsters in the Urgist Mountains, solidifying his growing army. After giving his final instructions for managing the tower, he ends his call with the ever-loyal Gordon. Leaping from a building, our guy marvels at the convenience of managing his tower without needing to be physically present. His next call is to his double agent, the hero Hillen Cargill, who answers with almost suspiciously perfect timing. Hillen confirms that he has successfully taken control of the Golden Moon Merchant Guild, which will now be managed by his undead knights and mages, and adds that his reputation as one of the 10 stars remains intact despite his previous failure, and our guy commends him for his good work. With his financial backing now secured, our guy prepares to pass his next set of orders on to his elf spy, Granada. He then instructs Hillen to tell Granada to use the guild's funds to buy up every single elf slave on the continent, and also announces that he's sending a useful con man named Jettison to the guild. Much to Hillen's confusion, our guy clarifies that this is the man who had the audacity to scam the formidable Princess Louise Werft. The Demon King then reveals that he has already tracked down all of Jettison's personal information with a menacing grin. He tells Hillen that if he doesn't show up within a month, he'll simply send an assassin to erase him. This threat is not lost on Jettison, who is currently bound and gagged right next to Berger, trembling in terror. Having concluded his business, he departs from the now wrecked back alley shop. He just leaves behind a single, ominous coin, a message, or perhaps a payment. Elsewhere, Granada receives the news via a communication device, simultaneously shocked and overjoyed at the prospect of saving his people. At the Holton Walk training grounds, he confirms the order and promises to gather his people as quickly as possible. Yet, while relieved to be saving his kin, he is deeply conflicted, knowing he is dragging them into the service of the Demon King. He then grimaces, suspecting that his new master is deliberately using him to recruit more elf spies. Meanwhile, the human mercenaries under his command complain loudly about having to learn elf swordsmanship from an old fossil. Seeing their new commander is distracted, one of the mercenaries suggests they make a run for it, and the others eagerly agree to follow their original captain. And so, the mercenaries quietly sneak away, leaving a tearful Granada to grapple with his moral dilemma. However, he weighs the grim options for his people, a lifetime of suffering as human slaves, or serving under the Demon King, and with grim determination, he concludes the latter is by far the better fate. But just as the mercenaries think they've escaped, they are caught completely off guard. Granada uses his spirit magic to instantly bind their former captain in thorny vines, who can only beg for mercy. The other mercenaries are also gagged and restrained by the earth, unable to escape their punishment. Hearing the commotion through the communication device, Hillen asks what's going on, but Granada coolly dismisses it as nothing. When Granada asked about the Demon King's plans, Hillen vaguely recalls that Berger was heading off to look for some kind of treasure. Meanwhile, in the Ormuth Rainforest Kingdom, deep within forest, a furious Princess Louise Werft fumes over her fruitless search for the missing blacksmith, Lager. One of her dwarven soldiers reports that they've received an ultimatum from Ormuth to leave immediately, as they have already checked all permitted areas. Louise grits her teeth, declaring, "There's still one place they haven't searched, much to her soldiers' alarm. She then defiantly announces their next destination, the Forbidden Beast Mountain. Her commander protests, warning her that it's the Beast Demon King's territory and far too dangerous, but she insists they can't touch her. Just then, she arrogantly claims that if anyone dared to harm dwarven royalty, they would face a war with every nation that uses dwarf-made weapons. She even cites a 200-year-old precedent where a demon king was taken down in a single subjugation after messing with a dwarf prince. Her soldiers voice their doubts, suggesting the informant might have fooled them and that Logar might not even be there. Ignoring their pleas, she orders them to move, threatening to personally tear off the head of anyone who dares to disobey. Meanwhile, in the heart of the jungle, a frantic scout rushes towards the Demon King of Beasts' tower with urgent news. And he reports that Princess Louise is heading straight for the Beast Mountain region, shocking Draxon. He immediately panics, wondering if she somehow found out about the heart of the summoning beast and has come to seize it. Then he covets the heart, a mysterious source of pure mana energy sleeping beneath a volcano, believing it will grant him the strongest force imaginable. The timing couldn't be worse, as he mutters that the excavation of the powerful artifact is in its final stage, enraged. Draxon orders his forces to stop the princess at all costs, but with a strict command not to kill or seriously injure her. His cat-like aide nervously informs him that his order will be very difficult to follow. However, before Draxon's forces can even mobilize, Princess Louise and her dwarven guards are intercepted at the border of the demon territory. A group of human warriors, led by a prince, blocks her path, declaring that entry into the Demon King's territory is forbidden. The man introduces himself as Max Ormuth, the second prince of Ormuth, and mockingly reminds her that she was warned of the risk of being killed by the demon tribe. Princess Louise scoffs at the idea that demons could touch her and furiously demands they clear the way, vowing not to leave until she finds Logar. To this, Prince Max merely smirks, callously remarking on how stupid dwarves truly are. He recounts how, 200 years ago, the Jespine Kingdom made a fortune selling war supplies to heroes during the all-out war with the demons. He then reveals his sinister plan. If the dwarven princess dies at the hands of the Demon King's underlings, it will spark another massive war, allowing his kingdom to grow rich just as Jespin did. As the princess realizes she's been set up, she can only stare in horror and seethe with rage. With a manic grin, the prince declares that it's now Ormuth's turn to profit from war and leads the charge. He screams for his men to kill all the dwarves for the prosperity of the Ormuth kingdom. Unfazed, she raises her axe and bravely challenges the cowardly monkeys to come at her. Back at his tower, a scout informs Draxon that the dwarves are being attacked, and the Demon King realizes they must intervene immediately. He fumes, understanding instantly that the Ormuth bastards intend to kill the princess and frame him for it, thereby triggering a full-scale war. Just then, he bellows orders to send all monsters and demons to stop the attack and, most importantly, to save the dwarven princess no matter what. The jungle erupts into chaos as the Ormuth warriors ambush the dwarven convoy. The Ormuth soldiers, skilled in jungle warfare, hurl their spears with precision, piercing the dwarf soldiers. Using their agility and knowledge of the terrain, they easily cut down the dwarves. The remaining dwarven guards form a tight shield wall around their princess, desperately fending off a barrage of spears. One of the soldiers tells Princess Louise they have no chance in a head-on fight, and that they will create an opening for her to escape. Frustrated and enraged, she prepares to wipe them all out herself, but her guard urges her to calm down. Trapped behind the shields, she can only watch helplessly as her guards are picked off, one by one. Prince Max mocks her defensive turtling and prepares to end the fight with a single, decisive blow. But just as he prepares to hurl his spear, a surge of ominous purple energy appears from behind him. The prince is shocked, mistaking the purple demonic energy for the arrival of the Beast Demon King's forces. But it is Berger who has intervened, noting that Ormuth's attack is an unforeseen complication in his own plans. Both Prince Max and Princess Louise stare in shock, realizing this new arrival is not one of the beast demons. With his identity concealed by a facial recognition jamming mask, he smiles menacingly and informs the stunned prince that he is about to die. As Demon King arrives, Prince Max of Ormuth orders his men to kill Princess Louise, vowing to hold off the mysterious upper-rank demon himself to this. His loyal soldiers eagerly agree to carry out the murderous command. But Princess Louise moves with blinding speed, effortlessly deflecting their attacks as she closes in. Prince Max is shocked when she appears right behind him in an instant, moving far too fast for a mere dwarf. Clearly, he underestimated her, and she chastises him for daring to attack her in her very presence. Just then, she unleashes her fury, screaming at him for looking away during their fight. Feeling the tension rise, the prince decides he must first deal with the crazy princesses. However, Berge quickly ensnares him in tendrils of dark, demonic energy, completely immobilizing him. At this, the prince realizes it is her power, and he is horrified to find himself completely suppressed by the demonic energy, unable to fathom the strength of his opponent. The tables have turned completely. Seizing the opportunity, Princess Louise charges forward and delivers a devastating blow to the restrained prince. His soldiers can only watch in horror as their leader is taken down and are left baffled when the demonic energy suddenly vanishes. Outraged, they surround Princess Louise, vowing death upon the enemy of the prince. However, she simply scoffs at their audacity, declaring she'll send them to the afterlife to keep their prince company. But just in time, a phalanx of dwarven soldiers arrives, raising their rifles to provide cover for her. Watching from a safe distance, Berge muses that his brief intervention should be enough to keep Louise from dying. With his pawn secured, he smirks, ready for the next phase of his plan to begin. He then turns his attention to the distant tower of his true target, silently calling for the Demon King of Beasts to take the bait. So, this was all just an elaborate distraction. 5 minutes earlier, a burst of demonic energy had erupted near the Tower of Beasts, signaling an intrusion. The Demon King of Beasts, Draxon, was instantly alerted by the sudden spike of demonic energy within his territory. And it is also reported by his cat-like aide that she has sensed demonic energy in their territory. To this, he fumed, realizing another Demon King had brazenly sent an elite demon into his domain. However, he found the timing deeply suspicious, as the demon had appeared just as the Dwarf Princess and the Ormeth Prince were about to clash. Determined to understand the situation, he decided he needed to investigate the matter himself. His vassals arrived on the chaotic scene, asking for an update on the Dwarf Princess and the intruding demon. One of his Lycan vassals reported that when they arrived, the princess was already surrounded by Ormeth soldiers, much to Draxon's shock. Just then he began to panic, fearing a full-scale offensive like the one from 200 years ago was being orchestrated, an event he was not yet prepared to handle. The vassal continued his report, explaining that they had tried to save her, but she was already completely surrounded. The truth, however, was that Princess Louise was a one-woman army, single-handedly massacring the Ormeth soldiers while her own dwarves begged her to stop. A completely different story from what was reported. So he comically rephrased his report, admitting they couldn't save her because she was handling everything herself. Enraged, Draxon roared at his subordinates over the confusing and poorly worded report. After striking them, the cowed and bruised vassals could only whimper in confusion. It seems Draxon has quite the temper. The vassals finally delivered the key information. The second prince of Ormeth had been killed by the dwarf princess. Draxon weighed his options, realizing if he killed the remaining soldiers, the prince's murder would be pinned on him, ruining his chance to gain demonic energy points. To avoid being framed and sparking a war with the human kingdom of Ormeth, he ordered his men to let the soldiers live so they could testify to the truth. With that mess handled, he demanded to know if his vassals had found the intruding demon, but they had found nothing. He berated them for being pathetic, questioning if their senses were as dull as their wits. And he deduced the intruder must be a stealth-specialized demon and decided to use his own enhanced senses to track it. Just then, he activated his ultra-sensory amplification, a technique that concentrates demonic energy into his sensory organs to track even the faintest traces of stealth magic. Using this power, he could now see the faint, residual traces of the unfamiliar demon that had trespassed in his domain. His eyes narrowed as he considered the possibility that this intruder was also after the dwarf princess. His enhanced senses followed the demon's trail, leading him away from the initial battlefield. When asked which direction the princess fled, one of his clueless vassals pointed in the opposite direction. His senses were leading him. Ignoring his idiotic vassal, he blasted off in the correct direction, his speed shattering the ground. As he honed in on the intruder's location, he let out a furious roar, realizing he had been tricked by a demon king. The realization dawned on him. The fight between the princess and the prince, and the intruding demon, were all part of an elaborate bait. Even the intruder had intentionally exposed their demonic energy to lure him far away from the volcano, his most important location. He's figured out the entire scheme, but it might be too late. He knew that the only thing a rival demon king would want from that volcano was one specific treasure. He raced back towards the volcano, where his bear-like vassals were overseeing a secret excavation project. The project involved his minions slowly draining a massive, lava-filled cavern. His fears were confirmed as he sensed the presence of the legendary artifact hidden within the lava, the heart of the summoning beast. Meanwhile, Berje has arrived at the volcano. He senses the summoning beast's aura, noting that even a tough demon like Draxen couldn't just jump into the lava. Just then, he observes the minions attempting to slowly drain the lava through manual labor. However, he smirks, knowing their slow progress doesn't matter to him, as the scales of the black flame demonic dragon allow him to move freely within the lava. As he prepares to enter the lava, a powerful, multi-eyed tiger leaps out to defend the sacred site. The guardian swipes at the intruder, its claws carving through the rocky ground. The tiger is then shocked to realize its opponent is a demon, a fact that should have been obvious given the circumstances. Before the beast can react, Berje grabs him and tells the guardian to follow him. Effortlessly, he grabs him and drags him into the lava, while the guardian screams, "Let me go, no!" He descends into the fiery abyss, the captured guardian being futilely burned in the lava. Submerged in the lava, he recalls his past life, where Draxen gained absurdly strong regeneration after absorbing the heart of the summoning beast. Then he grins, finally getting to see what kind of powerful summoning beast his rival had absorbed to gain such an ability. And he is stunned to find the source of that power, the perfectly preserved corpse of a legendary phoenix. An absolutely legendary find. Just then he remembers his studies at the Demon King Military Academy, where he read records confirming the existence of phoenixes across multiple dimensions. These records described them as beings of varying power, from godlike entities to dimensional destroyers. Despite their varied strengths, all phoenixes shared one powerful trait. The ancient text stated that any demon king who fully absorbed a phoenix would become powerful enough to be immortalized in the history of the demonic realm. Floating before the magnificent beast, he mockingly thanks Draxen for leading him to this incredible prize. After all, it was thanks to Draxen absorbing the phoenix in the previous timeline that he even knew of its existence. With a determined smile, he declares that in this life, he will be the one to claim the power he was once so jealous of. As he reaches out, his power connecting with the phoenix's corpse and causing it to erupt in a brilliant flash of golden light. Miles away, Draxen feels the disturbance and roars in fury, demanding to know who found his phoenix. Just then, he considers if the thief was Berje Deus, but quickly dismisses the idea. He reasons that a rookie demon king like him, with only one adjutant, couldn't possibly have the resources or information to pull off such a heist. He then furiously concludes that his security was too tight for a rookie to breach, meaning the culprit must be one of his peers. A fatal miscalculation on his part. He crashes down at the volcano entrance, surprising the bear-like guards with his sudden, enraged appearance. In a blind rage, he carves a path through his own vassals, his mind racing to identify the traitor. He wonders if it was Reyna or Ugar, but quickly concludes that neither of them fits the profile of the mastermind, and reasons that Ugar lacks the intelligence for such a plan, while a fire element Phoenix would be poisonous to the frost demon Reyna. Smashing his foot down, he realizes there's only one other demon king. Cunning enough to orchestrate this. Ignoring his terrified minions, he bellows, demanding to know if the summoning beast is safe. One of the guards confirms that the summoning beast itself is safe within the lava. However, he then reports that the guardian, Tiger, suddenly jumped into the lava, leaving Draxen stunned. Another case of terrible reporting from his men. He frantically orders his minions to stop the intruder and prepares to jump into the lava, but his vassal grabs him and warns him of the danger. But it's too late, as a massive explosion of fire and energy erupts from the cavern's depths. Draxen's eye glows with pure, unadulterated rage as he witnesses the theft of his ultimate prize. The shockwave from the explosion ripples across the land, startling the merchant Jetosin near his tower. Princess Louise, still standing amidst the carnage she created, looks up at the sky in surprise. Even Berger's vassals, Granada and the mercenary captain, feel the tremendous surge of power from afar. Hero Hilderin Cargill, now a servant of our protagonist, stares into the distance with a look of deep concern. Back in Berger's tower, Princess Hernan looks up from her research, her eyes wide with shock and curiosity. Convinced he knows the culprit, Draxon unleashes a furious roar, screaming the name of his true rival, Jason, you son of a bitch. He's completely barking up the wrong tree. And the power of the Phoenix bursts forth from the volcano, a beacon signaling a dramatic shift in the balance of power among the Demon Kings. Hey guys, I have been meaning to ask if you are enjoying this manhwa or have some recommendations. Let me know in the comments section below. Now let's move to the next part. A disoriented figure awakens in a lush, unfamiliar forest, completely unaware of his surroundings. Surrounded by curious woodland creatures, the man wonders where he is. The man, revealed to be Berger, recalls his last moments, when the Phoenix's mana was unexpectedly and directly absorbed into his body. Then he remembers being launched far away by the massive volcanic eruption, triggered by that untamed power. Now sporting vibrant red hair, he questions why he, a Demon King, has suddenly become a magnet for wildlife. Which is a fair question, all things considered. Despite his command for them to get lost, the animals continue to swarm him, drawn by an inexplicable new aura. Even he feels a strange sensation, as if he's no longer himself, while a friendly bird flutters by. Catching his reflection in the water, he is stunned to see a completely different, younger face with red hair staring back at him. The shock of his transformation leaves the once mighty Demon King utterly bewildered. He's become a complete stranger to himself. Meanwhile, at the Ormouth Palace, the consequences of Berger's schemes are beginning to unfold. Princess Louise reports the fabricated story that Prince Max Ormouth and his warriors died heroically while saving her from the Beast Demon King's forces. The King of Ormouth puts on a brave face, declaring his son's death an honor. But his composure is visibly cracking. His grief quickly turns to fury as he smashes the armrest of his throne, a brutal display of his grief and rage. Consumed by rage, he orders the Heroes Guild to immediately prepare an expedition to execute the Beast Demon King, playing right into Berger's hands. And just like that, the king falls for the bait. Back in his strange new body, Berger receives a call from his vassal, Hilderin Cargill. Hilderin, taken aback by his master's new appearance, stumbles through the start of his report. Berger, petting a nearby deer, casually dismisses his transformation and confirms that, just as he expected, a hero's journey against Draxon is being planned. Hilderin details the leadership of the new hero party, starting with Captain Rosal Shart, a 10-star battle mage specializing in flame magic. He then introduces the vice captain, Pallav Disrode, a 10-star hero who has reached the pinnacle of martial might. Their objective is clear. An army of 500, including 200 heroes, will assemble to subjugate the Beast Demon King. Berger notes that with only 2 10-star heroes among 200, it's clear the powerful factions want the Beast Demon King's tower to remain a source of profit. He muses on the hypocrisy of humans who, on the one hand, fear demon kings, but on the other, view their towers as gold mines filled with treasures and valuable materials, making their destruction undesirable. He then reflects on the complicated and contradictory nature of human greed, and issues a new order to Hilderin: join the hero's journey, take the Beast Demon King's weakness, and be the one to land the finishing blow. Berger explains, this will further cement his vassal's reputation, making it easier to gain the human's trust and serve him more effectively as a double agent. A nervous Hilderin questions if Berger will still be able to control him after he gains the power of a second slain Demon King. Our guy simply scoffs, supremely confident that absorbing the power of a mere 2 Demon Kings is laughably insufficient to ever challenge him. A clear display of his overwhelming confidence. His business with Hilderin concluded, he prepares to head back, only to be interrupted by a call from his loyal subordinate, Gordon. Gordon, flustered by his master's new look, relays an urgent request from the Tower of Beasts. Annoyed by the constant questions about his appearance, Berger demands his subordinate get to the point, and Gordon reports that Draxon has called for an emergency convocation. Our guy is shocked, realizing his plan has caused the Beast Demon King to react far more quickly than he had anticipated. Clearly, this was not part of the plan. Meanwhile, at the Tower of Beasts, portals flare to life as the other Demon Kings begin to arrive for the emergency meeting. The Demon Kings Ugar Belve and Rayena Soldin step through their respective portals, with Ugar complaining about the summons. Draxon tersely instructs the early arrivals to wait upstairs, stating he'll join them with the final attendee. Seething with rage, he notes that both Berger and the Demon King of Lies are late, suspecting them of plotting against him, and silently fumes, convinced that if Berger arrives late, it will only confirm his guilt as the prime suspect in the theft. As soon as he plants his foot on the ground, he takes off in a swift flight, because he knows that he has no time to waste. Over the call, Gordon reports that he is now in Ormouth and offers to portal directly to the meeting to represent his master. But Berger, now in flight and back in his original form, sharply rebukes the idea, telling a startled Gordon that he is already on his way. He quickly analyzes his predicament. Arriving on foot will make Draxon suspicious that he was already in the area. However, arriving late will also make him the primary suspect, leaving him with no good options. In other words, he's trapped between a rock and a hard place. And he decides the only course of action is to fly back to his tower at top speed, meet Gordon, and then portal to the meeting together. Pushing his speed to the limit, he realizes his current pace is still too slow and he'll be late. In a desperate bid for more speed, he pushes his body past its limits, focusing every ounce of his will on going faster. His desperate need for speed awakens a new power within him, causing his heart to glow with immense energy. Suddenly, massive wings of pure fire erupt from his back, a startling and unplanned manifestation of the Phoenix's power. Berger is shocked by the appearance of the Phoenix wings, as he wasn't even consciously trying to use his mana. His heart pounds violently in his chest, glowing with the unmistakable power of the Phoenix. To his horror, he realizes the Phoenix's heart has fused with his own and is, somehow, still alive within him. A truly horrifying discovery. The horrifying revelation suddenly explains why all those animals were inexplicably drawn to him earlier. This finally explains the strange behavior of the animals. The untamed power of the Phoenix surges uncontrollably, launching him through the sky like a comet. Blinded by the light and speed, he completely loses control of his trajectory. He grits his teeth against the overwhelming velocity, realizing this new power is far too fast to handle. Unable to control his speed or direction, he crashes into his tower with the devastating force of a meteor. The impact unleashes a shockwave that splinters the very foundation of his tower. He comes to a screeching halt in the snow right outside his fortress, having arrived in record time. Struggling to his feet, he concludes that he must learn to tame the Phoenix's power before he can use it properly. As his fiery wings dissipate and his demonic ones return, Berger calls for Gordon, who confirms he is waiting on the first floor. With no more time to waste, he gives the final command to move out to the Tower of Beasts immediately. Back in the Kingdom of Ormouth, the heroes continue to assemble for their grand expedition. A crowd of heroes murmurs excitedly as they see Rosal Sharnt, the famed idol of the Magic Tower, in person. Several of them rush to greet their idol, eager for a chance to fight alongside the legendary mage. However, Captain Rosal Sharnt, unimpressed by her fan club, bluntly tells the adoring riffraff to get lost. This says a lot about her personality. As her subordinate chides her for her poor attitude, she complains about the low quality of heroes she has to work with. But suddenly, her attention shifts to the crowd gathering around someone. The new arrival is none other than Hilderin Cargill, the renowned 10-star hero, causing a new wave of excitement. He approaches Rosal and formally announces his intention to join her hero's journey. She smirks, openly mocking him as a loser and pointedly asking if he removed his filthy ring, because there were no elves around to sacrifice. However, he forces a laugh, inwardly panicking that she knows the dishonorable truth behind how he defeated his last Demon King. He even curses his master's order, realizing that if this woman exposes his secret, his carefully crafted public image will be destroyed. His entire reputation is on the line. Just then, she stakes her claim, warning him that she will be the one to defeat the Beast Demon King and that he is to stay out of her way. He outwardly agrees with a cheerful smile, but internally vows that the Beast Demon King's head will be his. Demon King Berger Deus and his subordinate Gordon Dirk step through a portal, answering an urgent summons from a fellow Demon King. They are immediately joined by Jason, the Demon King of Lies, as they proceed to the emergency meeting. Draxen greets the latecomers, promising to explain the dire situation once everyone is inside. Meanwhile, Berge maintains a cool and unreadable expression, ready to assess the unexpected gathering of his powerful rivals. With a confident smirk, he casually remarks that they aren't late, masking his own curiosity about the meeting's purpose. The Demon Kings assemble on the top floor of the Tower of Beasts, where the atmosphere is thick with tension. Uger cuts to the chase, demanding to know why Draxen called such an urgent meeting. Sensing an opportunity, Jason smoothly asks if the meeting is related to the recent hero's journey gathering in the kingdom of Ormouth. Draxen bares his teeth, agreeing to be honest since they already seem to know part of the story. Then, with a roar of accusation, he declares that one of the Demon Kings present sent a spy into his territory and stole the phoenix corpse he was about to absorb. A serious accusation, to say the least. He continues his tirade, blaming that same traitor for orchestrating the death of Ormouth's second prince, which directly triggered the current hero's journey. Rihanna and Jason speculate that the culprit's actions, deliberately provoking the heroes, could be an attempt to trigger a full-scale continental war. In other words, the stakes are far higher than just a stolen corpse. Seething with rage, Draxen snarls that someone is trying to take him out, but he vows he won't be dying alone. In a fit of fury, he proclaims he will kill the traitor by purchasing the key of the Black Box, a device that can reveal all their secrets. The Black Box, it turns out, is a forgotten artifact within every tower that records all of a Demon King's actions. However, most Demon Kings disregard the box due to its immense energy cost and the fact that it is destroyed if its tower falls, leaving it an overlooked tool. Berge inwardly panics, realizing that if Draxen opens the Black Box in his tower, his own elaborate schemes will be completely exposed. It seems Draxen's wild accusation has found its mark. Draxen pressures the other Demon Kings, demanding they all grant permission to open their black boxes to prove their innocence. He then lays the trap, stating that only the true culprit would have any reason to hesitate. A clever, if desperate, gambit. Cornered by this unexpected gambit, our protagonist curses Draxen for putting him in such a precarious position. Without hesitation, both Reyna and Jason grant their permission, turning the pressure squarely onto the remaining two. Ugar, the Titan Demon King, follows suit, giving his permission to access his tower's records. With all eyes on him, Berge calmly raises his hand and grants his permission as well, successfully calling Draxen's bluff. A bold move, but he plays it perfectly. With all approvals in place, Draxen states that he will contact them separately with the results. With the threat made and permissions granted, the tense emergency meeting finally comes to a close. Leaving the tower, Berge considers the situation. He knows the Black Box key is a single-use item that costs an astronomical amount of demonic energy points. He then correctly deduces that Draxen, facing an imminent hero invasion, wouldn't risk such a massive expenditure right now. Instead, he anticipates Draxen's true plan, wait for the hero's journey to fail, then buy the key to expose both him and Jason. As he walks away from the meeting, he understands he's now in a race against time. With grim determination, he resolves that before his secrets can be revealed, he must find a way to deal with Draxen permanently. It's come down to a simple choice: kill or be exposed. Back at his own tower, he tells Gordon that he will inspect his defenses, starting from the first floor, before heading out again. On the first floor, a Manic Logre proudly presents his new creation, a colossal, gleaming magic cannon. Laughing hysterically, he introduces his masterpiece as the Inferno Catapult Mark I, fully embracing his new title as the first floor boss. And he declares, "Behold this majestic creation. He has never made such a masterpiece in his life before." He then excitedly explains the cannon's ludicrously overpowered features, all born from the Forge of Hell that Berge provided. While our guy worries about the blacksmith's sanity, Gordon coolly states that although he has gone mad, the weapon's power is undeniable. Clearly, results matter more than sanity in this tower. Our guy allows the mad dwarf to continue his work, and Logger ecstatically promises to build even more and bigger death machines. Moving to the second floor, they find the captive hero Kaidi, now designated the second floor boss, unleashing a furious attack. She blasts a powerful wave of energy towards the Demon King, yelling that she'll make him regret his harsh training methods. But Berge effortlessly stops the devastating attack with a single, contemptuous hand. a casual display of overwhelming power. With a bored expression, he remarks that despite her recent power-up, she hasn't fundamentally changed. Undeterred, she roars that the real fight is just beginning as she charges forward, her sword aglow with her family's combat technique. She then unleashes her ultimate move, the Crescent Moon Shatter, a powerful variant of the Crescent Moon Slash. The technique engulfs Berger in a blinding explosion of magical energy. However, he emerges from the blast completely unharmed, smirking condescendingly as he admits that she has improved a little. Yet he declares she still needs more training and casually summons his own dark energy to overwhelm her. She stares in utter disbelief, horrified that he countered her most powerful technique with such ease. The resulting shockwave from their brief clash reverberates throughout the entire tower. After defeated her, he asks why she was on the second floor, and Gordon explains she was moved because Princess Ernan is performing a summoning ritual. The news of a summoning takes him by surprise, as he hadn't anticipated Ernan making the move so soon. The scene shifts to the fourth floor of the tower, where the summoning is already underway with the rare senile powder now spent. The ritual to summon a powerful spirit begins. Inside a massive, glowing magic circle, the fourth floor boss, Ernan Hilderin, prepares to make a contract. Floating in the center of the incantation, she channels her immense magical power. She calls out to the Great Spirit and Guardian of Water, offering her own blood to forge a bond. Using her blood and soul as the medium, she performs the ancient and binding spirit contract ritual. As a drop of her blood hits the summoning circle, she officially forms the contract. Then, with all her might, she invokes her name and commands the spirit to answer her call. In response, the magic circle erupts in a brilliant flash of light as the spirit world answers. From the water, the powerful high-ranking water spirit Niruniel majestically appears. The newly summoned spirit appears impassive, her expression unreadable behind her visor. However, she is intrigued, noting that a summoner talented enough to call her exists within a Demon King's tower and finds the situation good. By the ancient primordial covenant, she formally begins the process of acknowledging her new master. The spirit reaches out, accepting the human, Ernan Hilderin, as her sole companion. In a flash of light, the contract is sealed, binding the princess and the spirit together. Exhausted from the ritual, Ernan's body goes limp and floats peacefully in the magically summoned water. With the summoning complete, the princess drifts unconscious in the now calm water. But as the magical water dissipates, her unconscious body begins to fall. Just in time, Demon King Berger appears and catches the falling princess in his arms. Right on cue, the Demon King makes his entrance. Ernan awakens, groggy and flustered, to find herself being held by her captor. Berger smirks, congratulating her on a job well done and admitting he almost missed the rare sight of a spirit summoning. Blushing, she thanks him for providing the crucial senile powder that made the contract possible. Suddenly, a different voice, though using Ernan's vocal cords, sweetly confesses she loves him, which is definitely not what anyone expected. The princess is utterly shocked and confused, having no idea where the sudden confession came from. In a complete panic, she frantically tries to explain to a bewildered Berger that while the voice was hers, the words were not. And he dryly notes that she summoned an annoying spirit, as Niruniel gleefully pops out, continuing to use Ernan to express her love. A status window reveals the spirit's identity, Niruniel, a high-ranking water spirit whose hobbies include reading romance novels, preferably about forbidden love. And that certainly explains the sudden confession. Berger and a mortified Ernan are left speechless by the mischievous spirit's antics. It seems the new spirit's personality has immediately thrown the tower's delicate balance into complete and utter chaos. Princess Ernan is completely flustered by the romance-obsessed water spirit, Niruniel, sputtering in denial at the mere mention of dating. The mischievous spirit laughs, revealing that the story of the pure love between a demon king and a princess is already a hot topic in the spirit realm. As she excitedly asks about their relationship status, a mortified Ernan tries to dismiss her, but Berger steps in and demands they hold on. Breaking through the romantic fantasies, he boldly asks the high-ranking spirit how she sees him. She answers confidently, a handsome demon king, fated to end up with the princess. Unsatisfied with her fawning answer, he flares his newly acquired phoenix energy and forcefully repeats the question, right now, what does he look like to her? He's clearly not looking for flattery. Both Ernan and the spirit are stunned to see not demonic energy, but unbelievably pure mana, making him appear less like a demon king and more like a spirit. Our guy confirms his theory. If he can fool a high-ranking spirit's eyes, then neither the other demon kings nor the heroes will be able to sense his true identity. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he realizes that with this perfect disguise, he could even take care of the Demon King of Beasts himself. In other words, he's planning to go on the offensive. Princess Ernan looks on in disbelief, questioning the unheard-of notion of one demon king setting out to kill another. It's a move that completely breaks the established rules. With his mind made up, Berje takes flight, leaving his tower and a very confused princess behind. His loyal subordinate, Gordon, screams frantically on screen, panicking at the sheer absurdity of a demon king hunting another. To this, our guy replies, he is pretty sure he already explained it. A flashback reveals how he calmly informs a bewildered Gordon that he's simply stepping out to kill Draxon, treating the deadly mission as if it were just a quick trip to the store. His casual attitude is almost comical, given the danger. Gordon finally snaps, having a complete meltdown as he screams that he can't possibly understand his master's logic. In the present, our guy coolly shuts down the argument by reminding him of his vow never to question his decisions again. Still trying to reason with him, Gordon argues that regardless of the Demon King's standards, the other kings will inevitably learn of his actions. Just then, Berje explains the grim reality. He must eliminate Draxon before his rival can open the black box, otherwise he will be the one who dies. So it's not a matter of choice, it's a matter of survival. However, Gordon desperately points out the danger, reminding his master that he still hasn't overcome Aaron's debilitating dimensional energy. The narration explains that dimensional energy is a fundamental hostility between dimensions. This energy actively rejects and crushes any outsider who attempts to intrude upon a foreign dimension. In fact, this dimensional suppression is so powerful that it can reduce a level 6i6 demon to a mere level 1 weakling upon entering the human world of Aryan. According to the natural order, heroes are the dimension's chosen warriors, meant to eliminate these weakened demonic invaders. To combat this natural resistance, the demons developed a powerful countermeasure, the Demon King's Tower. The tower acts as a vital conduit, connecting the demon realm to its king and allowing demonic energy to flow freely. By strengthening the tower, a demon king can draw upon even more power from their home realm. Ultimately, the height and power of a demon king's tower directly corresponds to their own personal strength. Gordon highlights the critical flaw in the plan. His master will grow weaker the farther he gets from his 5-floor tower, while Draxon will be at full power in his own 13-floor fortress. With a pained expression, he admits that even for someone as brilliant as Berje, victory seems impossible. And he visualizes the daunting reality, a weakened Berje standing against the overwhelming power of Draxon inside the Tower of Beasts. Berje calmly acknowledges the truth in his subordinate's fears, admitting that he knows and that, in his current state, he would be no match for any demon king. However, with a sly grin, he adds a crucial detail that stops Gordon cold, that is, if he was alone. And just like that, the entire plan is reframed. He then reveals his master plan. He will join the hero's journey himself, fighting alongside them under the new alias, File. A demon king joining the heroes, a truly insane plan. Meanwhile, in the jungles of Ormuth, the hero's journey to slay the Demon King of Beasts is already underway. As a hero decapitates a demon, he remarks that to think the demons had chased all of them on the way here, yet now only the weak ones remain. The hero's forces are also struggling, forced to retreat and tend to their wounded after being ambushed by warbeasts. The hero, Hilderin, administers a potion to a fallen soldier, the exhaustion of the campaign clear on his face. Just then, Berje, now disguised as File, arrives at the battered camp and asks his vassal why everyone is so exhausted. He formally introduces himself to his secret subordinate using his new alias. Hilderin begins to recount their disastrous mission against the Tower of Beasts. He then explains that, following File's secret advice, they had successfully weakened the Demon King by attacking his tail. In a flashback to the frantic battle, he is seen screaming for the mage, Roselle, to unleash her finishing blow. Surrounded by the bodies of her comrades, alone Roselle prepared to cast a powerful spell. Despite her severe injuries, the battle mage pushed through the pain to channel her magic. But Hilderin recalls watching in horror as their final, desperate gambit began to fail. Enraged, the Demon King Draxen unleashed a devastating roar that shattered their offensive and gravely injured Rosal. Draxen's forces then quickly overran the heroes' front line. With their main damage dealer down, Hilderin and the survivors had no choice but to retreat. Back in the present, Hilderin finishes his tale, grimly stating that the hero's journey ended in failure. File simply smirks, claiming he completely understands the situation now. Deep down, he knows he's completely screwed. After that, Hilderin tries to put a positive spin on their defeat, insisting that they dealt Draxen a heavy blow, one that will take time to heal, and adds that they also managed to kill several demons. File calculates that this means they still have time to regroup and restart the journey before Draxen fully recovers. Questioning the party's leadership, File asks what the powerful vice-captain, Palav Disrod, was doing while Rosal was attacked. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted by the arrival of the mage captain herself, Rosal Sharnt, who states that he fled before the assault on the Tower of Beasts. She cynically explains that Disrod's sponsors are corrupt bastards who profit from the Demon King's tower remaining active. In other words, the party was betrayed from within. File turns his attention to her, asking if she still has the will to fight again despite the disastrous outcome. Consumed by vengeance, she furiously declares she'll never back down, revealing that Draxen was the one who took her eye. Hilderin laments that a second attempt is impossible, as they have too many wounded and have run out of potions. But File coolly reveals a satchel full of potions, explaining that he prepared them in advance. A suspicious Rosal immediately demands to know who this mysterious newcomer is and why he's helping them. She also questions the pure, warm energy she senses from him, a power unlike anything she's ever felt before. File is momentarily taken aback, surprised that she can sense the faint aura of the Phoenix's power. Nearby, the other heroes sit in despair, their morale completely crushed by the recent defeat. A heartbreaking sight. Exhausted and dejected, the surviving soldiers have lost all hope of victory. File knows that simple potions won't be enough to restore their broken fighting spirit. Deciding a demonstration is an order, he summons a small, fiery manifestation of the Phoenix. The sudden burst of light and warmth startles the defeated soldiers from their stupor. One by one, the dejected members of the hero party begin to look up in awe. Hilderin and Rosal watch in shock as the source of this immense power walks toward them. Rosal's remaining eye goes wide with disbelief as she feels the overwhelming aura. File finally answers her earlier question about his identity. Unleashing his power in a brilliant display, he dramatically declares himself the owner of the Phoenix. A truly dramatic entrance. The two hero leaders can only stare in stunned silence at this revelation. Surrounded by a blazing aura, he announces his purpose. He came to kill the Demon King of Beasts. Rosal recognizes the Phoenix as a legendary summoning beast, a creature of immense power, and realizes he must be the source of the overwhelming presence that recently shook the continent. Amazed that his mana rivals a top-tier hero, she sees a new path to victory opening up before them. And throughout the camp, the faces of the once-defeated heroes are now filled with renewed hope and determination. It's the very spark of hope they needed. With the wielder of the Phoenix on their side, the party now believes they might actually have a chance to defeat the Demon King of Beasts. The scene transitions to Demon King Draxen, who laments that restoring his tower consumed far more demonic energy than he had anticipated. Because of this high energy cost, he could only afford to purchase a single key for the mysterious black box. Vowing to deal with his rival later, he decides to use his one key to open the black box and uncover its secrets. As film-like strips of information unfurl from the activated device, he eagerly awaits the secrets it holds. The Demon King of Beasts is enveloped by the stream of information as he commands the black box to reveal everything. However, the contents are so shocking that he questions their authenticity, even though he knows the device cannot be manipulated. In a fit of rage, he realizes the truth behind his misfortune and resolves to expose the culprit to the other Demon Kings. But just as he makes his resolve, a sudden crash interrupts his plans and his revelation is cut short as his aide frantically reports that heroes have invaded the tower. To Draxen's surprise, the aide specifies that this time, A new 10-star hero is leading the assault. Making a dramatic entrance, the new hero takes the lead with his massive twin shields. He is identified as Ralph Schmitz, the 10-star hero known as the Shield Master. The scene then flashes back 1 hour to the hero party's base in Ormouth. There, in his guise as File, Berge uses the Phoenix's power to boost the morale of the previously defeated party. Reinvigorated, the heroes rally, now convinced that with the legendary Phoenix, defeating the Beast Demon King is possible. As their leader gives the command, the heroes draw their weapons in unison, ready to annihilate the demons. Inspired by a fiery visage of the Phoenix, they charge forward, declaring their intent to claim the Demon King's treasure. However, our guy observes his handiwork, privately wondering if he can truly control the Phoenix's immense power in the heat of battle. He then remarks that just 2 10-star heroes might not be enough and wishes they had brought more reinforcements. Just as he finishes his thought, Roselle smirks as a new figure approaches, commenting on the perfect timing. File turns and is visibly surprised by the identity of the newcomer, who is revealed to be none other than Ralph Schmitz, the strongest shield master. The scene shifts to the present, where Ralph single-handedly holds the line against a horde of demonic beasts. He is the vanguard commander of the entire hero party and expertly uses his shields to absorb a barrage of attacks, spearheading the party's revenge. He then closes his shields, which together form a face. At that moment, the face of the shield ignites with raging red energy as it readies a counterstrike. The faces on his shields come alive, unleashing a powerful shockwave that decimates the attacking monsters. With the path to the tower now clear, Ralph Schmitz has proven his might. Watching him, our guy inwardly analyzes the newcomer, recalling that Ralph is a powerful tank ranked second among the elite 10 stars. He acknowledges how difficult Ralph's impact-reflecting shield is to counter a lesson he learned the hard way. A painful memory surfaces of the heroes who mocked him in his past life as he lay defeated. And his eyes narrow as he remembers with burning hatred that Ralph Schmitz was one of the very heroes who had laughed at his demise. Suppressing his desire for immediate revenge, he forces himself to focus on the primary target, Demon King Draxon. Meanwhile, Roselle laments their earlier failure, pointing out that if they had just waited for File and Ralph, their assault would have been a flawless victory. She clenches her fist in frustration, thinking they could have won without any casualties. As the newly reinforced party clears the first floor, File cautions her not to underestimate the Demon King, despite their newfound confidence. Roselle turns to him, confused by his sudden warning. He ominously explains from experience that every Demon King keeps a devastating trump card reserved for their final moments, and theorizes that if Draxon purchased the key after restoring the tower, the heroes wouldn't be able to contain the demonic energy. If that's the case, he might finally witness his rival's secret weapon in this timeline. When the hero party finally reaches the 13th floor, they find the Demon King's chamber strangely empty, with Draxon waiting for them alone. The party is bewildered by the lack of minions on a floor that was previously teeming with them. However, Draxon scoffs at the heroes, revealing he anticipated their return and has been busy preparing a special welcome. Just then, Roselle senses an overwhelming concentration of demonic energy, theorizing that this is why the chamber is empty of underlings. Draxon confirms her suspicion, explaining that he's gathered all his vassals together to deal with them in one fell swoop. Berge recognizes Draxon's clever loophole. Instead of placing his strongest monsters on the highest floor, he has simply absorbed them. As power surges through him, Draxon vows that the hero's journey ends here. The 4 core heroes brace for the impending battle against the powered-up Demon King. Ready for the fight? Berge senses that Draxon is about to make his move. With a devastating roar, Draxon unleashes a torrent of pure demonic energy. The heroes watch the entire scene. Seeing a perceived opening, 2 heroes ignore Ralph's warning and charge forward to attack the Demon King mid-transformation. However, they are instantly stopped in their tracks. Their recklessness proves fatal, as they are trapped in the blast of demonic energy. The blast propels them into the air before they crash to the ground. Even the force of the blast sends Ralph stumbling back, his shields opening, and he struggles to hold his ground against the Demon King's incredible power. However, he regains control and closes his shields. Just then, the shields activate their signature ability, reflecting the attack into a counterattack, and sending a devastating energy beam toward Draxen. It moves directly toward its target. However, Draxen effortlessly prepares to counter the attack. With a casual swipe, he smacks the powerful beam of energy aside. Hillen and Rosal watch in horror as the Demon King effortlessly nullifies Ralph's signature reflection attack. The heroes can only stare in disbelief at the unbelievable sight before them. Then, Draxen begins his true transformation, taking on a far more monstrous and powerful form. The party finally witnesses the true form of the Beast Demon King. Now fully transformed, his new form radiates a suffocating aura of pure power. The remaining heroes are stunned by the sheer malevolence of his demonic energy, which feels like a choking poison. And they collapse to the ground, choking and unable to breathe. As the heroes begin to fall, the vibrant feathers of a phoenix appear. Just in time, File summons the power of the phoenix, casting an advanced defensive spell to protect the party. The party thanks him, promising they will never forget this favor, and they are awed by his power. Berge realizes he cannot allow Draxen to gather any more energy, concluding that the rest of the party is now a liability. And he creates a protective barrier around the weaker heroes, ordering them to stay put while he handles the Demon King. Draxen notes that only 4 individuals are strong enough to move within his oppressive aura, and observes that one of the 4 possesses a mana that will be particularly troublesome. His gaze locks onto File, sensing his unique power. As the Demon King's eyes fall upon him, they widen in shocked recognition, sensing something dangerously familiar. In response, Berge simply returns a knowing, villainous grin. The enraged Beast King finally recognizes his true foe, roaring the name of his rival, Berge Deus. As he leaps to attack, he furiously accuses him of not only stealing the Phoenix's power, but also having the audacity to invade his personal tower. Meanwhile, the hero party stands their ground, protected from the initial shockwave by Ralph's immense shields. Unimpressed, Berge simply raises a finger, casting a silence spell and calmly declaring that his control now reigns supreme. An incredible display of confidence. The powerful magic completely nullifies Draxen's thunderous roar, stunning him mid-bellow. Watching in awe, Rosal remarks on how File excellently cancelled the Beast King's roar. This crucial interruption also masked her own incantation, allowing her to successfully bind the Demon King with the magic sage's chains. Draxen scoffs at the attempt, calling them pathetic worms and questioning if they truly thought such a petty trick would be enough to restrain him, as he effortlessly shatters the magical restraints. A brutal display of raw strength. Now free, the enraged Demon King lunges forward with terrifying speed and strikes their position with his claws, shattering the ground and sending debris flying everywhere. However, the hero party manages to dodge the attack. Declaring this is no longer a fight but a hunt, Draxen vows that he will devour Berge first. Yet, despite the immense threat charging toward him, Berge maintains a cool and collected expression. He mocks his rival, asking what he's barking about while feigning that he can't hear him through the silence spell. Indeed, the silence spell remains active, specifically targeting the Beast King. Unable to use his signature roar, Draxen can only grit his teeth in silent, escalating fury. The heroes can only watch in stunned silence as File effortlessly dodges the furious assault. And he forces Draxen to fight in the air as he spreads his feathers. The 2 Demon Kings clash with earth-shattering force, their power shaking the very foundations of the tower. Their movements become a blur of red and gold, turning the throne room into a maelstrom of destruction. Bright orange phoenix feathers scatter as our protagonist narrowly evades Draxen's savage claws. From the ground, Rosal struggles to support them, exclaiming that their movements are too fast for her to aim her magic. "Oh this," Hillen says to her, "no matter what, remember what File said." Draxen unleashes a vicious claw attack, screaming that he doesn't care about Berge's motives, he just wants him dead. And furiously vows that now that Berge has bared his fangs, he will never leave this tower alive. But despite the danger, Berge only smirks, his plan clearly proceeding exactly as intended. Clearly, this was all part of his calculation. In a flashback, Berge explains to the party that the most important thing to know about the Beast King is his incredible speed. He outlines their strategy. Despite Draxen's surprising agility, they must target his primary weak point, his legs. When Hilderin voices his doubt about being able to land a hit, Berger reassures him, promising to provide a signal at the perfect moment. Back in the present, Draxen finally closes the distance, bellowing, "Got you, pathetic worm." He strikes Berger with his claws. However, our hero remains untouched and, suspended in midair, focuses on Draxen. And he reveals his hidden trump card, the mysterious Armani's orb. To this, Draxen scoffs, confidently stating that something like that could never work on him. But Berger clarifies that the orb isn't for him. Its true purpose is to transmit a master's information directly to their vassal. The Beast King dismisses the threat, asking what good that information would be when there's no vassal present to help. On cue, hero Hilderin appears behind him, crackling with electrical energy and in the perfect position to strike. So this was the signal Berger promised. The flood of tactical information from the orb causes Hilderin immense pain, but he pushes through it, screaming never to use it on him again. To this, Draxen says, "Did the madman Berger really make a hero his vassal?" With a taunting smile, Berger cheekily suggests Draxen should try it too, adding, "If he survives, that is." Taking the opening his master created, Hilderin unleashes his powerful Thundercleave attack directly at the distracted Demon King. The lightning-infused blade strikes true, slicing deep into Draxen's leg and crippling his movement. The first part of their strategy was a success. Laughing maniacally, the wounded Beast King dismisses the injury, calling the heroes arrogant for thinking such a shallow wound could stop him. But suddenly, dozens of magic circles fill the air, signaling an imminent and overwhelming magical assault. Draxen is caught completely off guard, realizing too late that the magic isn't his own. In another flashback, Berger instructs Roselle that her turn will come the instant Hilderin creates an opening. He tells her to unleash all of her power and pour out the grudge she holds for her lost eye. This is her chance for some long-awaited revenge. Indeed, the magic circles belong to Roselle, who is now ready to exact her revenge. Standing defiantly, she declares that he will pay for taking her eye. She vows to use every last drop of her mana to eliminate him in a single, decisive blow. And so, she unleashes her ultimate spell, the top-tier flame magic known as Satellite Cannon. A colossal beam of pure, fiery energy erupts from the magic circles, hurtling towards the immobilized Demon King. And he can only roar, as he is completely engulfed by the massive magical blast. Away from the Draxen, Berger and Hilderin watch the scene unfold. Hilderin shields his eyes with his hand, as the blast's light is blindingly intense. Meanwhile, Roselle focuses on controlling his magic, and finally, his spell is complete, revealing its powerful result. The satellite cannon detonates with cataclysmic force, completely reshaping the battlefield in a fiery explosion. As the smoke clears, the heroes peer into the massive crater left behind by the attack. To their shock, a heavily burned and bleeding Draxen emerges from the wreckage, still muttering about pathetic worms. Even after a direct hit from an ultimate spell, he's still standing. Berger watches grimly, acknowledging that a Demon King of Draxen's caliber wouldn't go down so easily. Consumed by pure rage, the wounded Demon King bellows, "Who do they think he is?" Just then, red demonic energy bursts from him, showcasing his power, and he lunges forward to attack. To dodge the attack, Ralph prepares and closes his shields. But it's too late. Ralph is sent flying as the Beast King slashes him and proudly roars his full name, Draxen Doldolf, Demon King of Beasts. He moves like a tendril of red energy. Roselle is also slashed by his claws, coughing up blood from the grievous wound. Even Hilderin is struck down as the Demon King proclaims his destiny to conquer the entire dimension. In an instant, the tables have turned completely. With the other heroes incapacitated, he makes a final lunge for Berger, screaming that he will not let him live, and he roars his rival's name, his mind consumed by nothing but vengeance. Yet, Berger effortlessly dodges the attack, taunting his foe that his fierce form has vanished, leaving only a rabid beast. Enraged, Draxen screams for him to shut his mouth, vowing to make him pay. Berger calmly informs his rival that he hasn't shown him everything yet. Confident, cruel smile spreads across his face, signaling that the battle is far from over. He then unleashes his true power, the very power of the phoenix that he stole from Draxen's lair, while preparing a ball of fiery energy in his hand. A final, humiliating blow, using his enemy's own power against him. Draxen can only seethe with fury as he watches his treasured power being used against him, and he manages to utter one final curse at his rival, "You bastard." Just then, the fiery ball strikes Draxen with such force that it sends him flying backward through the air. Though battered and burned, Draxen stubbornly refuses to fall, believing the attack isn't enough to kill him. However, his confidence is shattered as Ralph appears behind him, shields at the ready. The shield master slams his weapons into Draxen's tail, striking another major weak point and stunning him. A wounded but determined Rosal then appears, casting a spell and declaring that she won't let him escape. She successfully casts the magic sage's chain once more, binding the critically wounded Draxen, and Draxen realizes that if he take an attack now, it could become even more dangerous. Seeing this, Berger gives the final command, shouting Hilden's name to signal the end of their plan. Trapped and facing his imminent demise, Draxen can only roar Berger's name in a final act of defiance. Hilden charges forward, his blade glowing with immense power, ready to deliver the finishing blow. With a final, decisive thrust, his sword severs the head of the Demon King of Beasts. As his rival fades away, Berger bids him a final farewell, promising to make good use of the Phoenix's power. A cold, final victory. The Demon King Beast's severed head flies through the air and crashes to the ground, signaling the end of his reign. The surviving members of the hero party stare in stunned silence, barely believing they'd actually won against such a formidable Demon King. But as a bloodied Hilden hoists a piece of Draxen's horn, the party erupts in cheers, hailing him as their savior. He inwardly revels in their adoration, already craving more praise for his great feat with a crazed grin. He basks in the glory, confident that he is on the path to becoming the strongest hero in history. As Draxen's tower begins to collapse around them, the heroes scramble to secure treasures and escape, prioritizing potions for their strongest members. Standing over the fallen Draxen, Berger, still disguised as File, coldly observes his rival's demise. However, he muses on whether someone like Draxen, who followed the rules so blindly, would even be granted a second chance at life. He then concludes that even a second chance would be meaningless for a demon so utterly bound by the flawed Demon King's standards. His point is punctuated by the complete and utter destruction of the Beast King's tower. Sometime later, after the dust has settled, a tranquil scene belies the recent violence. Rosal sarcastically confronts a bandaged Hilden, accusing him of orchestrating the final kill, a claim he nervously denies. Internally, she admits that while she was suspicious of Hilden's sudden appearance, she can't argue with the results, since he risked his life for them. She then recalls how Hilden's intervention was the only reason she survived Draxen's final onslaught. In the chaotic aftermath, Rosal had already claimed the Demon King's corpse, and a flustered Hilden could only agree. However, her thoughts are interrupted when a party member calls out, having made a discovery in the ruins of the tower. Rosal investigates and is shocked to find a sleeping, lavender-haired princess among the rescued royalty. Rosal investigates and is shocked to find a sleeping, lavender-haired princess among the rescued royalty. As the young woman awakens, she is identified as Lavinia Akan, the third princess of the Akan kingdom. A bewildered Rosal can't fathom what the reclusive, research-obsessed princess is doing in a Demon King's tower. She then scolds the princess for recklessly entering the tower to gather demonic beast corpses for her chimera research. The other heroes are baffled, wondering how Rosal is able to understand the princess's sleepy, one-word replies. Princess Lavinia confirms that she was trading money for demonic beasts and explains that Draxen never harmed her. Watching from afar, Berger finally understands how his rival had acquired so much money, realizing it all came from the reckless princess. He recalls that he'd thought Princess Lavinia was a nutcase in his past life, and this new revelation only solidifies his opinion. Meanwhile, the heroes' Guild Elder Council convenes to discuss the fallout from Draxen's death. The council notes that, after much effort, a mysterious figure claiming to be the Phoenix Master was the one who ultimately led the heroes to victory. The elders are perplexed, as no hero by that title is affiliated with their guild. One elder remarks that abnormalities have been endless since Berger's descent and decides it's time to tighten their control over the heroes. The council leader then gives his first order: find the true identity of this mysterious and powerful Phoenix Master. Back in the Ormith Kingdom, a somber victory banquet is held in the royal hall. The king of Ormuth, still visibly grieving the loss of his son, offers a terse thanks to the heroes before being advised to rest. Rosal Chart, now in a formal gown, finds the banquet unbearably gloomy, with only the cocktails offering any comfort. Hilderin approaches and compliments her on her dress, but she dismisses his flattery, noting the rescued princess has already returned home. However, she cuts to the chase, asking for File's whereabouts, as she has pressing questions for him concerning his phoenix powers. The name File immediately draws the attention of everyone nearby, and other heroes quickly gather around, all eager to meet and properly thank the man who saved them. Even the stoic shield master, Ralph Schmitz, chimes in, admitting that the Phoenix Master was truly incredible. The other party members are utterly shocked that the famously silent Ralph actually spoke. Hilderin, feigning disappointment, regretfully informs the crowd that their mysterious benefactor, File, has already departed. Back in the snowy Urgus Mountains, Berger arrives at his tower and is greeted by his loyal subordinate, Gordon. Gordon nervously asks if Berger actually went through with killing the Demon King of Beasts, to which his master nonchalantly confirms he did. The confirmation sends Gordon into a full-blown panic attack, screaming about the unthinkable consequences of killing another Demon King. However, Berger, completely unfazed, simply tells the flailing man to stop spreading dust everywhere. Calming down slightly, Berger explains that he had to return immediately, as his absence would raise suspicion when the other Demon Kings learned of Draxon's death. Gordon suddenly realizes the strategic genius behind his master's swift return. However, he reflects on the battle, soberly admitting to himself that despite his victory, he is still weak, and acknowledges that Draxon had already been significantly weakened from a prior hero's journey before their fight even began. Even then, his final, full-power attack as File didn't inflict as much damage as he had anticipated. He concludes that not only his original power, but also the Phoenix power, needs to be strengthened. His planning is interrupted by a holographic call from Jason Kokomund, the Demon King of Lies. Jason wishes to hold an emergency conference immediately, catching Berger slightly off guard. While putting on a performance of shock for Jason, Berger smirks internally, knowing he's the killer, and masterfully feigns disbelief, asking, "My God, is that true?" Jason confirms that it is, and that it's the very reason for the emergency conference. He then adds another bombshell: a new Demon King has already descended to take Draxon's place. This news genuinely startles Berger, who realizes the demonic realm's response was far faster than he had anticipated. He suspects Archduke Arcane orchestrated the swift replacement, but feels secure knowing Draxon's tower and the incriminating black box were destroyed. Confident that there is no evidence linking him to the crime, he confidently strides into the Demon King conference. As he takes his seat, a seductive, pink-haired demoness greets him, identifying him as the famous Berger Deas. She introduces herself as Vivian Blunt, the powerful and alluring Queen of the Blood Moon tribe. Berger coolly acknowledges her, confirming his identity as he settles into his chair. However, she watches him with a curious, predatory gaze. A flashback reveals that the Demon King, Archduke Gale, expresses his doubts about Draxon's defeat and the suspicious report of a demon invasion. He orders Vivian to investigate the matter thoroughly and, more importantly, to keep a close watch on Berger Deas, and declares that if any Demon King were to violate the sacred rules, it would undoubtedly be the one who openly insulted the standards. In the present, she smirks to herself, believing that the unfriendly types are the easiest to win over as she prepares to make her move. Just as Jason is about to officially begin the meeting, he is cut short by an interruption. Vivian rises from her seat, commenting on how fun the dimension of Aryan is, with its conferences and gatherings to determine a king's cause of death. And she slowly walks toward Berger, her heels clicking on the floor as she declares her true interest. Spreading her demonic wings, she proclaims that she's most interested in him, the famous Berger Deas. Leaning over his chair, she purrs that she's curious what kind of demon would be able to turn the entire demonic realm upside down. Finding him attractive, she boldly extends an invitation for him to spend the night with her. Berger, completely unimpressed, swats her hand away and delivers a brutally cold rejection. "Keep your hands off of me, ugly bitch." The succubus queen is left utterly shell-shocked, unable to comprehend being called ugly. The Demon King of Winters, Reyna Soldian, calmly intervenes, telling the flustered succubus to return to her seat. She then asserts her authority over the meeting, stating its purpose is to analyze Draxon's defeat while reminding the other Demon Kings to maintain their dignity. Meanwhile, the Demon King of Lies, Jason Cockmond, is inwardly surprised to see that Rena is the one presiding over the conference. Vivian playfully suggests that Rena might also desire Berger, but she quickly backs down under the Frost Demon's icy stare. With the tension diffused, Jason resumes the meeting, directing the topic to the 10 Stars' heroes who are the main force against Draxon. And the Demon King conference proceeds, with each member monotonously sharing the information they have collected on recent events. Suddenly, an unexpected major topic arises: the recent appearance of a new, unidentified powerhouse known as the Phoenix's Master. Despite their differing opinions, the Demon Kings conclude the meeting with a unified decision to cautiously investigate this mysterious Phoenix's Master. Afterwards, Berger reflects on the meeting, realizing that because he was disguised as File, he couldn't surveil the other demons and must be more careful about exposing his face. His thoughts then turn to Vivian Blunt, as he notes that she appears to be on a secret mission from Archduke Arcane. Her seductive nature is on full display, as she attempts to charm and likely manipulate those around her. Despite her potential connections, however, he coolly dismisses her, concluding she isn't a significant threat he needs to worry about. Back at the tower, the captive hero Kaede senses a lapse in security and cautiously peeks out from her hiding spot. Noticing that even Princess Ernan is gone, she believes this is the perfect opportunity to finally escape. With freedom seemingly just beyond the main doors, she prepares to make a break for it. But her escape is abruptly cut short as a foot blocks her path and a voice asks, "Where is she going?" It's Princess Ernan, who, flanked by her spirits, declares that for the peace of the tower and Kaede's own safety, she must stop her from escaping. Angered, Kaede draws her sword, retorting that Ernan has left her no choice but to fight her way out. Ernan's expression remains gentle yet firm as she prepares to face the determined hero. Kaede's resolve hardens as she readies herself to battle the princess for her freedom. The standoff is suddenly interrupted by Berger's adjutant, Gordon, who calmly tells Kaede she is free to leave if she wishes. Dressed in a maid's apron, he mutters that this is why humans shouldn't be treated well, washing his hands of the situation. Kaede is utterly bewildered, questioning why her kidnappers are suddenly being so kind as to let her walk away. Believing it to be a trick, she decides to use their apparent carelessness as an opportunity to make her escape. And just then she sprints towards the exit, planning to head immediately to Holton Walk for reinforcements once she's out. However, the moment her hand touches the door, it repels her with a powerful blast of dark, restrictive magic. She is shocked, completely caught off guard by the violent defensive magic imbued in the door. The force of the magical explosion sends her flying backwards across the hall. Gordon dryly explains to a stunned Ernan that this is what happens when someone tries to leave without the Demon King's permission. Princess Kaede lies sprawled and unconscious on the floor, her escape attempt having ended in abject failure. Ernan realizes the terrifying truth: no one can leave the tower unless the Demon King allows it. As Gordon warns her not to touch the door recklessly, Ernan ignores him and reaches out anyway. To Gordon's utter shock, the massive doors begin to creak open peacefully under her touch. He can only stare, dumbfounded by this impossible turn of events. Ernan is just as surprised, admitting she just had a feeling that it might work for her. Flustered by her own success, she quickly tries to close the door again, questioning how she was able to open it. Suddenly, a gloved hand catches the door, preventing it from shutting. Berger has returned, asking a startled Ernan if she was finally attempting to escape. Gordon and Ernan can only welcome their master back, caught in a very awkward situation. Taking in the scene of the open door and the unconscious Kaede, a snow-covered Berger sternly asks what they were doing. Later, in his chamber, Berger listens to Gordon's report and orders the failed escapee, Kaede, to be locked in the underground prison. Gordon, still confused, asks how it was possible for Princess Ernan to have been outside the tower at all. Berger reveals a shocking twist. The tower itself has already recognized Princess Ernan as one of its official members, granting her permission to leave. However, he muses that, with Ernan's high-ranking spirit, escaping the mountains would be easy for her, which makes her decision to stay even more suspicious. Having been away for a while, he questions why she hasn't left yet, and wonders what her true purpose is. Elsewhere, Princess Ernan appears to be lost in her own complicated thoughts. Meanwhile, in the tower's underground prison, she pays a visit to the newly incarcerated Kaede. Kaede cynically warns her not to trust the Demon King's kindness, believing it's all part of a larger scheme. But then, she cheerfully surprises Kaede by announcing that she came down to the prison of her own volition. Berge, who is observing them remotely, is shocked that Ernan somehow sensed his surveillance and looked directly at him. Ernan goes on to explain to a bewildered Kaede that she ran away from home and, despite being kidnapped, has no desire to return to the royal palace. Watching this unfold, he tries to decipher the hidden meaning behind her words, wondering what message she is sending him. But Kaede desperately reminds her of her birthright and overwhelming talent, proclaiming that she is destined to be Hilderin's next queen, and questions why Ernan would abandon such a brilliant future to serve a demon king, finding the entire situation bizarre. Ernan then reveals a dark secret. While Hilderin has 62 princes and princesses, none of their names are known to the public besides hers. A confused Kaede refutes this, stating that there are only 28 officially recognized royals in Hilderin. With an ominous tone, Ernan cryptically suggests that the official story isn't the whole truth. She advises Kaede to ask the emperor about it when she returns, implying a dark secret that only he would know. At this, Kaede is horrified by the implication, asking if she cares about the damage this truth could do to the royal family's honor. Ernan lands a sharp verbal blow, retorting that a runaway princess who fled an arranged marriage has no right to speak of honor. The jab leaves Kaede red-faced, flustered, and completely speechless. Dismissing her own serious comments as a mere joke, Ernan casually bids Kaede farewell, promising to see her tomorrow. Berge, having witnessed the entire exchange, now understands that Ernan is hiding a major secret about Hilderin's royal family, one known only to the high nobility. Deciding to get to the bottom of it, he orders Gordon to prepare Princess Ernan for an expedition to search for spirit blossoms. Out in the snowy Urgus Mountains, the high-ranking spirit Niruniel enthusiastically leads the search, while Ernan cautiously asks Berge what he's thinking. The princess happily notes that he has been leaving the tower frequently, clearly enjoying the outing herself. But Berge abruptly gets serious, calling out her full name, Ernan Hilderin, which immediately catches her attention, and directly confronts her, stating that he doesn't believe for a second that what she told Kaede was the whole truth. Igniting his demonic power, he issues an ultimatum: tell him everything she's hiding or face the consequences. Ernan looks back at him, her expression hardening as she prepares to respond. As his demonic horns manifest, Berge glares at her, the tense silence hanging heavy between them. The two stand face to face in the vast, empty snowscape as a confrontation over dark secrets is about to unfold. The wide shot emphasizes their isolation in the desolate mountains, where the Demon King pressures the princess for the truth. Unbeknownst to them, however, a camouflaged figure lies hidden in the snow, observing them from a distance. The mysterious spy, looking through binoculars, confirms his target, declaring, "Found him. That's Urgust's Demon King." Losing his patience with Princess Ernan's secrecy, Demon King Berge Deus gives her an ultimatum: tell him everything she's hiding, or else. Caught off guard by his intensity, she hesitates, unsure how to respond. As she stammers, it's clear she's grappling with a truth she is not yet ready to reveal. Deciding her hesitation is an answer in itself, he grimly concludes there's nothing for it and prepares to act. He clenches his hand, gathering a potent ball of demonic energy. However, instead of attacking Ernan, he unleashes a powerful blast at a distant location, vowing to deal with a nuisance first. Far away, the spy is stunned, realizing that not only has the Demon King detected him from an incredible distance, but he also saw right through his concealment arts. In an instant, the spy's clone is completely vaporized by the overwhelming demonic power. Berge scoffs at the failed attempt to spy on him, dismissing the hero's efforts as mere petty tricks. When a surprised Ernan asks if the spy was a hero, he confirms it, clearly annoyed by the constant surveillance. Just then, she quickly identifies the intruder as the 10 Stars' hero, Dapner Filion, a specialist in reconnaissance, and elaborates that he's a mercenary renowned for his intelligence gathering, particularly his use of concealment and clone techniques. Berge recalls the name from his past life, remembering that Dapner was the one responsible for leaking much of his information to the heroes, and this is his first time seeing him this close. Worried about their location being exposed, She asks if the tower is safe, but he confidently tells her not to worry. In the remote, snow-covered Urgest Mountains, his tower stands alone against the harsh elements. Miles away, the real Dapner Filion is baffled, sensing a demon king nearby but unable to see the tower he knows should be there. A system alert reveals Berger's trump card, the Mana's Phantom, has rendered the entire tower invisible. And he explains to Ernan that the tower's new invisibility function will be a key tool for avoiding future hero parties. He monitors the steady drain on his demonic energy, knowing the tower will remain hidden as long as he can pay the cost. With the immediate threat neutralized, he turns his attention back to Ernan, once again demanding she tell him everything she's hiding. He then issues his most severe threat yet. If she doesn't cooperate, he will banish her from the tower for good. The thought of being cast out finally breaks Ernan's resolve, and she bows her head in defeat. Giving in completely, she looks up and agrees to tell him the full truth about herself. She begins her startling revelation by asking if he has ever heard of a spell called the World Tree's Child. Meanwhile, Datner is walking to find the tower. However, the spies of the Demon King are also watching him from a distance. Just then, he reports to the Demon King that the hero left the Eastern Mountains without using concealment, just as his master said. It seems to be a clone, and receives his orders: find any remaining clones and tail them to gather more information. A status window shows Berger's demonic energy points steadily ticking down to maintain the invisibility. He reflects that his tower was almost exposed, concluding that he must find a way to deal with Dapner Filion permanently. Ernan correctly deduces that the spy must have been sent by her father to track her down. Berger connects her father's obsessive pursuit to her mysterious secret, asking if it's related to the World Tree's Child. She warns him that it's a long story, but he makes it clear he has all the time in the world to listen. And she begins by explaining that the kingdom of Hilderin was once a mighty empire, but its power waned after years of war. Her father's all-consuming desire, she reveals, is to restore the kingdom to its former imperial glory. To achieve this, the king believed that a single, battlefield-dominating genius mage was more valuable than an army of 10,000. Since geniuses are rare and difficult to train, Ernan explains that her father sought another way to create one. A look of dawning horror crosses Berger's face as he begins to understand the grim implications of her story. Indeed, the World Tree's Child spell was of a truly terrible nature, and she confesses the shocking truth: she is not a natural-born genius, but an enhanced human created by this forbidden magic. The revelation leaves Berger completely stunned and speechless. She then describes the horrific process of forcibly injecting massive amounts of mana into fetuses to create magical geniuses, prompting him to note the grim similarities between humans and demons. When he asks about the mothers and children, she soberly confirms that the procedure was brutal and many died. She adds that even those who survived were often born with deformities or cursed with short lifespans. As she reveals that only the successful experiments were shown to the public, her powerful mana attracts a terrifying top-tier monster. Berger senses the approaching beast and prepares to fight, telling the princess to step aside. However, Ernan holds out a hand, stopping him from interfering. To prove her point, she declares that she was created to be an overwhelmingly outstanding genius, and that she will handle the beast herself. The massive, eye-like monster charges a powerful beam of destructive red energy. It then unleashes its attack, sending a colossal blast of magic hurtling toward them. With a calm and simple hand gesture, Ernan conjures a defensive magic circle. A massive wall of magical ice erupts from the ground, effortlessly blocking the monster's powerful attack. With an intense gaze, she prepares to unleash her own overwhelming power, and counters with a colossal wave of ice magic, dwarfing the top-tier monster. The monster is instantly pierced by the ice spears and frozen solid, utterly defeated in a single blow. Berger is stunned by the display, realizing that a human who can defeat a top-tier monster so easily is an asset her king would never give up. Ernan looks at her handiwork with sorrow, calling her incredible ability a blood-stained power. However, he questions why someone so powerful and close to the throne would not want to return to her kingdom. Still deeply suspicious of her motives, he scoffs, asking if she really expects him to believe her story now. Desperate to be believed, she tells him to try using the vassal control orb on her. In response, our guy states that he knows it is useless against a spiritist's mana. Berger gives her one last chance, threatening to show her the true terror of a demon king if she is trying to deceive him. Frustrated by his disbelief, Ernan puffs her cheeks in anger. Then, in a shocking move, she grabs the demon king's hand, much to his surprise. Insisting she is telling the truth, she presses his hand against her chest. Completely flustered, he demands to know what on earth she thinks she is doing. She shouts for him to listen to her heartbeat as proof that she has only told the truth. The physical contact triggers his phoenix power, allowing him to sense her true state. Through the phoenix, he can directly feel her heartbeat, her pulse, and the torrent of her raw emotions. He senses a storm of anger, sorrow, and deep embarrassment radiating from her. She explains that this is a spirit's method of communication, allowing thoughts to be understood through pure mana vibrations and proving her honesty. Having felt her unfiltered heart, Berger is finally forced to accept that she is speaking the truth. Ernan then reveals that from the moment she first saw him, she knew something important. She recalls their first meeting, explaining that she knew instantly he was different from all other demon kings, and concludes her thought, stating she knew he was the one who could help her. Completely bewildered, he can only ask what she is talking about. With a desperate plea, Ernan begs for his help, revealing her true goal. She wants to bring down her own father and the kingdom of Hilderin. He is left utterly speechless by her shocking and treasonous request, and his phoenix power confirms the unbelievable. Her desire to destroy her own kingdom is her most sincere and heartfelt wish. In the vast, snowy wilderness, Demon King Berger and Princess Ernan come to a fateful agreement. Sensing her sincerity, he agrees to help her destroy her own kingdom, an offer she gratefully accepts. Watching the emotionally charged moment, the water spirit Nirunio gets flustered, misinterpreting their alliance as budding romance. She comically accuses them of getting close behind her back, much to the princess's embarrassment, who quickly explains it's merely a spirit communication method. He acknowledges her proposal but tables the discussion on destroying Hilderin, stating that he has a more immediate priority. With a sinister smile, he reveals his next move, to use the spirit's power to find and capture the reconnaissance hero, Dapner Filion. Elsewhere, the 10-star hero begins his own search, completely unaware that he is now the one being hunted. Dapner activates his signature doppelganger magic, creating multiple clones of himself to scout the area. His clones spread out across the snowy plains to widen his search area, though each one becomes progressively weaker the further it goes. The hero's tactical map displays the extensive area his clones have already covered in their search for the Demon King's tower. Frustrated, he laments that despite searching a wide area where a 50-meter tower should be, he has found absolutely nothing. Recalling intel from Hillen and Wharton, he begins calculating the tower's most probable location based on their last known movements. His calculations pay off, pinpointing a single, precise location on the map. As one of his clones arrives at the same position, right where he predicted, he is unable to see the invisible tower. And he is completely baffled, unable to understand how a tower he knows is present can remain entirely unseen. Suddenly, his map alerts him that one of his clones has been unexpectedly destroyed. Dapner is shocked, knowing that even the most powerful monsters in the region typically avoid his clones. To his horror, the alerts multiply as his doppelgangers are systematically eliminated, one after another. Meanwhile, Berger's Pule Orc commander reports that they've successfully destroyed the doppelgangers, finding the 10-star hero's clones surprisingly weak. Watching the hunt unfold, the Demon King casually orders his forces to destroy anything they find, confident that he has more than enough demonic energy points to spare. With Ernan channeling her spirit's power, he formulates his plan to capture Dapner once all the clones have been dealt with, and schemes that, with a reconnaissance hero of Dapner's caliber as his vassal, he could effectively control the entire continent. However, his plotting is interrupted by an urgent call from Gordon, who reports a serious problem back at the tower, and frantically explains that the Mana's phantom is overheating and about to explode, while a terrified logger panics in the background. Berger realizes the tower's invisibility is overloading the system, drastically increasing the energy cost and giving him less than 10 minutes before it fails. Panic sets in as he understands that if he can't capture the hero in time, his tower will be exposed, and a hero's journey will begin. Gordon then reports that multiple doppelgangers are now standing motionless just outside the failing invisibility shield. Convinced his calculations are correct, Dapner steels his resolve to find the tower, no matter the cost in mana. But in a flash of dark energy, all of his remaining clones are simultaneously annihilated. Burja, now radiating demonic power, orders Krutu and his forces to sweep the area and prevent any other clones from approaching the tower. The horned Pul Orc commander eagerly accepts his master's orders. Racing against the clock, he demands that Gordon send him the coordinates of every single destroyed doppelganger. Analyzing the data, he deduces the hero's true location, knowing the clones are limited by their proximity to the real body. And he instantly pinpoints Dapner's position, the absolute center of the destroyed clone's search pattern. As the Demon King suddenly appears, Dapner is stunned, realizing the tower's location must be right where he stands. Just as he prepares to retreat, his escape is cut off by the sudden appearance of the water spirit, Niruniel. The hero and the spirit stare at each other in mutual shock. Just then, Niruniel unleashes a blast of energy, triumphantly announcing that she has located his true body. Dapner immediately turns to flee from the powerful spirit. Seeing this, she shouts to her master that their target is getting away. Berje bellows at Ernan, demanding to know where the hero is heading. At this, she gestures over here, Niruniel, prompting the spirit to unleash his wave of blue magic. Niruniel fires a guiding stream of water into the sky, creating a beacon for Berje to follow. Wreathed in phoenix fire, Berje teleports directly into Dapner's path, effortlessly cutting off his escape. The hero is shocked to see him standing before him. He stares in disbelief at his mysterious and powerful new opponent. Descending from the sky, Berje confronts the hero, calling him out by his full name. Surrounded by the majestic power of the phoenix, he offers him a choice. If you want to live, obey me. Dapner is horrified as he recognizes the aura of his opponent. This is the Demon King, and is completely stunned, questioning how a Demon King could possibly wield the power of a phoenix. His mind races as he connects the dots. Phile, the phoenix's master, is famously close with hero Hillen Cargill. Then, the terrible truth dawns on him as he realizes that Phile and the Demon King are one and the same. The full, shocking conspiracy hits him. Hero Hillen Cargill is an accomplice to the Demon King. Recalling the princess and the spirit, he pieces together the entire traitorous alliance. Dismissing the order, he decides to flee, knowing the world-shattering scandal he's uncovered will make him rich for life. Just then, he prepares to activate his clone magic to make a clean getaway. But he finds himself frozen in place by an unseen force, as Berje mockingly reminds him, "Fool, I said I'd give you a choice." And with that, Berje unleashes an overwhelming torrent of dark magic and phoenix fire upon the helpless hero. With a chillingly calm expression, he sentences the 10-star hero to oblivion, ordering him to simply disappear. In his final moments, Dapner can't comprehend how a Demon King less than a year old could possess such immense power. He curses his superiors for ever assigning him such a dangerous mission, and screams his regret, lamenting that he should have dropped the request long ago. His body begins to disintegrate under the sheer force of the Demon King's attack. Dapner's last thoughts are of pure regret. He never would have come if he'd known his opponent was this strong. As the 10-star hero is utterly annihilated, a single mana bird escapes the blast, carrying his final message. The mana bird flies swiftly across the night sky, making its way toward the capital of the Hilderin kingdom. An aide bursts into the royal court, announcing the arrival of a letter from Dapner Filion. The king of Hilderin smiles, confident that his most trusted hero has successfully located the tower. But the aide delivers grim news. The mana bird burst into black flames and vanished immediately upon delivering the letter. A dreadful realization dawns on the king as he understands the meaning behind the bird's sudden demise. And he confirms his worst fear. The death of the mana bird means that its master, Dapner Filion, has been killed by the Demon King. Trembling with rage, the king admits that they have gravely underestimated the power of this new Demon King. Just then he gives a direct order. Contact the Heroes Guild immediately and request the assembly of all 10-star heroes. Seething with fury, he vows to kill the Greenhorn, Demon King, and finally bring back his daughter, the princess.